Oh, come on, game. Come on, you fuck. All right, so we're back in. We're gonna do this another round, and this time, hopefully, it's Heaven's Feel, and then we'll figure out what we're missing after that. I think it's just like standard good endings for the other ones, but we'll see, I guess. We're gonna skip all these. Skip. Skip. Student council, yeah. Skip. 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 I'll walk Sakura home. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright. I haven't thanked Sakura for cooking dinner yet, so I should talk to Sakura. I was not expecting this. This actually is the trigger. It's getting late, so I should walk her home. Sakura just finished cleaning up and she's in the living room getting ready to go home. Head? Why is my head like that? Alright, hang on. I need to correct this fucking messing me up. There we go. Much better. I'll take my bath later, after I walk you home. Yeah, it's been dangerous at night lately, so I'll walk you home. Your house is a pretty long walk, so let me at least do this. Since you go out of your way to come here. Sakura purses her lips awkwardly. Did I say something wrong? Maybe so, but today's special. I'll walk you home at night for a while. Ah. No matter what Shinji might say, letting Sakura go home alone during these dangerous times would be much worse. It's no trouble, really. I don't want you to worry about that. It's dangerous out there, so I'm going to walk you home. It's not an issue. You do so much for me every day, so let me at least walk you home. Or are you really hell-bent on going home by yourself, Sakura? That settles it then. I'm pretty confident in my skills. I think I can deal with an ordinary attacker, so you should make use of me at times like this. I'll protect you no matter what. I nudged Sakura towards the hallway with a glance. I don't care. Guys fight all the time. It's healthy for Shinji and I to say what's on our minds. He may not shut up, but he hates when people hide things from him. If he and I have something to complain about, it's best we get it off our chests. When I say that, Sakura looks surprised for some reason. What's wrong? Did I say something weird? Really? Actually, calling it friendly might be a bit of a stretch. I'm the only one who feels better after our spats. Shinji might feel the opposite. He's a tsundere? I really don't know how to respond to that. Sakura smiles gently. Seeing her smile makes my breath catch in my throat. It's like she's beaming. I think this is the first time I've seen Sakura smile like that. Anyway, I'm going to walk you home. I don't care if Shinji sees us. He shouldn't have anything to complain about since I'm just walking his sister home. Got it. I should act like your elder once in a while, you know? I pound my chest to demonstrate my determination. Sakura nods with a smile when she sees my conviction. We walk downhill and reach the intersection. There's no one else around, and the familiar residential area feels oddly desolate. It's only a little before 10 o'clock, but the entire town is sleeping. The silence feels unnatural. It may have to do with all the recent incidents, but it's hard to believe that the town could lose so much spirit just because it's dark out. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Your house is at the very top of that path. It isn't? Hey, wait, is Tosaka the Tosaka? This is where she says, hi. And I go, fuck.
Hi, 2年生の東坂凛さんです。先輩、苦手なんですか?
Sakura speaks as if she read my mind. Was it really so obvious? Well, it's not like I don't get along with her. I don't really talk to her in the first place. I just don't really know her. She's just a popular honor student. She stands out, so I only know as much about her as anyone else. What about you? You both live in Western houses in the same neighborhood, so do you ever talk?
ないですよ。確かに近所ではありますけど、東坂先輩のお家は坂の上ですから。けど、東坂先輩のお家が洋館だって知ってるんですね、先輩。
Sakura asked in a slightly muffled tone. I heard a rumor that Tosaka's house being a haunted mansion or something, and you would think a haunted mansion would be more of a Western house.
そうですね。東坂先輩は一人が好きみたいですから。私も子供の頃、坂の上には怖い魔法使いが住んでるって言われてました。
Scary magician, huh? I think I heard that rumor too. Though all the Western houses on the side of town seemed like there would be magicians living in them. So did you believe those rumors, Sakura?
信じました。だって子供だったんです。だから坂の上には行っちゃいけないっていつも思ってました。
Sakura's response is entirely serious. I was only asking half jokingly, but her response seems to have been in earnest. We walk up the hill. The residential area here may be the opposite side of town from where I live, but its layout is similar. The higher you go up the hill, the fewer buildings there are, and the denser the thickets of trees grow. Most of the town is at the bottom of the hill, so it's only natural to have less and less homes as you go uphill. And one of the few buildings near the top of the hill is Sakura's house, the Mattel residence. Oh. Sakura suddenly stops. What's wrong? Did you forget something?
いえ、忘れ物じゃないんですけど、先輩、うちの近くに誰かいませんか?
Sakura peers ahead, looking concerned. Hmm? I look around, but there's nobody except the two of us. I don't see anyone, do you?
いえ、いないならいいんです。なんか最近家の近くで見慣れない人をよく見かけるから、今日もいるのかなって。
What? That sounds dangerous. What do they look like?
金髪のかっこいい人でした。モデルさんみたいだから先輩も見たらびっくりすると思います。
Sakura blushes as she describes them, almost as if she's embarrassed. Sakura. I wonder if this is something I should be concerned about. So it's not someone suspicious.
わかりません。ただ最近は引っ越してきた人なんていないからおかしいなって。
Huh. Well, I guess it is a bit fishy. Okay, if they wander around your house again, tell me or Shinji about it. We'll catch them and get whatever it is they're up to out of them.
はい、頼りにしてます。けど手荒なことはしないでくださいね。私先輩に喧嘩されると困ります。
Sakura smiles as she says that. Huh. It'll be okay. We'll start with a peaceful discussion, so there'll be nothing for you to worry about. I avert my gaze from Sakura's smile, realizing what I'm saying sounds pretty lame. This is bad. I've been finding myself captivated by everything Sakura does lately. I thought nothing of it a while back, but now even I think there's something wrong with me lately. Maybe it's that Sakura's matured, or maybe it's just that I've gotten more aware of her. I really do think she's become very beautiful. And that's good, but I don't think it's a good look if I keep just awkwardly looking away from her all the time.
それじゃあおやすみなさい先輩。送ってもらえて嬉しかったです。
You bet. And you really didn't need to thank me. You cooked dinner for me, so I should be the one thanking you. Sakura smiles, looking pleased. Honestly, simple as this has been, I'm going to make a habit of doing it every day from now on.
はい。先輩の気が向いたとき、たまにでいいですから送ってください。兄さんに怒られるけど、私はやっぱり先輩と一緒がいいです。先輩、また明日ですね。今日はありがとうございました。
Sakura shouts these final words at me, full of energy, and disappears inside the Matao Manor. Okay then, I guess I should get home too. I left Fujini at the house, and that's frankly worrying. Huh? Did I hear something? I hear it. The sound of a swing creaking. It takes me a while to realize the sound is actually a bug chirping. I wonder what kind of bug that is. It's really not the season for that sort of thing right now. I imagine a longhorn beetle hiding in the dark under the crisp winter sky. Huh. I see 3 lights on. The light that just turned on is Sakura's room. The light on the first floor is Shinji's room, which means I wonder whose room is on the 3rd floor. I thought Shinji and Sakura were the only ones living at that house. Maybe they have a guest, or maybe Shinji's in that other room. Either way, I've been in the Matao Mansion numerous times, but it's the first time I've ever seen the lights on in that room. Now, it's a big house. It's not really all strange for the lights to be on in any particular room. It shouldn't be strange, yet I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling all of a sudden. It's like a premonition or some kind of negative presence. A strangely unseasonable sound echoes across the otherwise silent frosty night sky. That was a sick turnaround I did. Holy shit. If ever there was such a thing as a gut feeling, whatever is lurking inside me, trying to warn me about something, feels ominous like the 3 worms from Taoist belief. What night are we on? This is only day 2? Jesus Christ, we are like jumping into this. February 1st. I wake to darkness. I guess I'm not much for dreaming, unless something big happens. I always have the same dream anyway. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but it's the only thing that pops in my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me as, well, me, as Shiro Emiya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only things on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there was a society of mages called a Mages Association. And he told me I shouldn't ever get involved with them. The Mages Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure their magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is that they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. According to Kiritsugu, the Mages Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are expressly in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mages Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary citizens, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft in the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in the privacy of their homes, while the world is none the wiser. So mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. So there may be some mages living in this town, and I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there's some prestigious mage with a storied history living there. They're called second owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over their territory, or over territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit these second owners first to get permission to build their workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without the consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord. Which means the second owner doesn't know that Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about a mages association, and I have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling that the association would want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently, the Mages Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mages Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Looks like the sun's now just coming up, and it's still dark out. It's cold. Waking up in the morning is getting rough. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser, no matter how late I go to bed. I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday, but that's rare. Okay, breakfast. I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, and it would look bad if I didn't return the favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday the soup had daikon radish and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup today. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it down with bonito flakes. Bonito flakes. I make incisions into the celery fish, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. Okay, that'll do. It's almost 6. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. This is new. But because we're trying to entertain Sakura this time, we're going to make an extra dish. Since I have some time, maybe I'll make another dish. I open the fridge. Looks like it's just cucumbers and potatoes. I could cut the cucumbers into sticks and salt them. Or I could cut the potatoes into thin strips and make a vinegar dish. Each only takes a few minutes, and they're both better if they're fresh. It'll be another 30 minutes before Fujine and Sakura show up. I might as well make the dishes right before I serve breakfast. I really don't know what to do with the extra time. What can I make in 30 minutes? I have some chicken tenders set for dinner. So I can make... Maybe I'll wrap the meat and vegetables into bite-sized pieces and saute them. Or maybe I can fillet the chicken and flatten it with a meat tenderizer. The tenderizer is such a wicked-looking thing. It's a hammer with square sides, and a hammer surface is covered in spikes. If it were any bigger, it would work pretty well as a torture device. Using this frightening tool, I flatten the chicken. Wrap it in carrots and green beans, cook it with a frying pan, and then add some sake to steam it up. Wait, what the hell am I doing? I come to my senses after I reach this step. I was supposed to make a simple small dish, since the celery fish is supposed to be the main dish is still waiting to be broiled. But now I've prepared a meat-wrapped veggie dish, which is like another main course. Oh, great. I must be out of it making an unnecessary dish when I was the only supposed to kill some time. Yeah, but let me explain. I only want to make an extra side dish, but the next thing I knew, I was holding my knife. Honestly, habits are a scary thing, but I'm honestly just making excuses. You think so? Well, that's not the issue here, though. The sky doesn't need 2 suns. We'll have to ask one to leave. I'll eat it. I didn't plan on it, but I'll make a bento for lunch today. That way the leftovers won't go to waste. I might be cutting it kind of close, but I think I have enough time. If I'm just making it for myself, there should be enough rice. Hold up. I finally realized there's someone behind me. Sakura greets me with a smile. It's not unusual for Sakura to come into the kitchen at this time. She usually rings the doorbell and then comes in, but sometimes I'm too preoccupied to notice, like today. Good morning, Sakura. Breakfast is ready, so just sit at the living room table. Tea is ready. I call as I keep my eyes on the frying pan. A pot of hot water, a teapot, and some snacks sit on the table. I'm not sure what's got her so happy, but Sakura is a lot more animated than usual. And then, Sakura gleefully walks into the kitchen instead of the table. Yeah, it's turning out that way. This would be perfect for a bento, so I thought I'd make a few more side dishes, or a few more sides. No, hold up. If you didn't mind having the same thing, I can share some of my side dishes. Got it. Then, can you cook the rice, Sakura? I don't have enough rice for 2 bentos right now. The rice cooker over there has a quick cook setting. I hear the sound of a soft footsteps and an apron strings being tied.
先輩ご飯は2合でいいですよね
Make it 3. Oh. That should be enough. With unhurried yet efficient movements, Sakura joins me in the kitchen.
あはよー今朝もいい匂いさせてて結構結構
It's 6:30. Fujine comes in 30 minutes after Sakura arrived.
おはようございます先生朝ごはんもうちょっと待ってくださいねうん待つ待つってあれさくらちゃんシロと一緒に朝ごはん作ってるのいえ朝食の支度は先輩が一人でやっつけちゃってました今は先輩とお弁当を作ってるんです
Sakura's voice is unusually lively. This isn't exactly an exciting task, so I'm not sure why she's in such a good mood.
そっかそっかそりゃ朝からご機嫌にもなるかお料理とシロ楽しいことだらけだもんねよしよし時間は余裕ないけどゆっくりしてていいわよ
Fujine laughs as she heads to the table and pours herself some tea. That's a lot of nonsense you two are talking for so early in the morning. That's a lot of nonsense you two are talking for so early in the morning. What the hell is that sentence? What's so fun about being in the kitchen right before school? I put the frying pan back on the shelf. The side dishes are done, and all that's left is to pack them into the bento. Sorry for making you do extra work right before you go to your club, Sakura. I made you do so much yesterday. I wanted you to relax this morning.
そんなことありませんよ藤村先生の言う通り台所に立つのは楽しいです
She beams. I know Sakura likes to cook, but making bento so early in the morning must be tough. On top of that, Sakura comes and makes dinner pretty often. Making her cook in the morning would take away whatever small bit of free time Sakura might have. I appreciate when you help and all, but you need to relax sometimes. Maybe you should sleep in a bit, or go out and have some fun after school. You really don't have to come here and help me all the time.
はいですから楽にしています今日も先輩に朝ごはんを作ってもらいましたお弁当のおかずだって先輩に分けてもらいましたし
Sakura smiles warmly. It's been a year and a half since Sakura started coming to help me here. And she still never listens to a word I say. It's different. You have your own life, and taking care of Fujine and me is just a burden. If you keep spoiling me like this, I won't have any time for you won't have any time for yourself.
それも大丈夫です私趣味はお料理と弓だけですからちなみに将来の目標は先輩の味を超えることでもうすぐ射程距離だったりします
You bit. No, kidding. Sakura proudly puffs her chest. I'd like to argue, but there's no denying that she's almost better than me in the kitchen.
ですから気にしないでください私ここでお料理するのが嬉しいし上手くなるのが楽しいんですこの楽しさを教えてくれた恩返しと自分の実益を兼ねてお手伝いをしているのです
Does that mean you're trying to steal all my skills, Sakura?
はい先輩のお手伝いをするだけで好きなことがめきめき上達しちゃいますですから覚悟しててくださいね今に先輩に参ったって言ってもらうんですから
Is that too high? Probably. There we go. Whoa. I don't believe it. Sakura said that with such conviction. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have taught you to cook. You didn't even know what a vegetable oil was when you first started. Now you're looking for the opportunity to strike at your master's throat. Why are you so adamant about beating me anyway? Just being able to cook should be enough.
そんなの目の敵にします先輩の方が美味しいなんてダメなんですから
What's What's that supposed to mean? I don't know what exactly is about that is no good, but whatever. We need to set up breakfast. Hup. I take a look at the broiling soury fish. I stick my chopsticks in the fish's nightly colored belly to check how far it's cooked. Looking good. Sakura, here. Take it over to the table. I hand Sakura a plate with the fish. But then, Sakura suddenly stops in her tracks, as if she remembered something really important. Sakura, did you forget something? Sakura may look like she's put together, but she can actually be really forgetful. It's not unusual for her to suddenly remember something out of the blue, just like this. But that doesn't seem to be the case this morning. Sakura? Sakura doesn't respond. She stares dumbfounded at my hand, but she seems to be unaware of her dazed state. What a strange question. Huh? I pull my hand back. What the... Hey, it looks like I bruised the back of my hand. That's weird. I don't remember bumping it on anything. I'm not sure why, but a large bruise is forming on the back of my hand. It looks like it's a cut, and it's forming a big welt. Pretty disgusting if I say so myself. Sakura looks ill, and she's fallen silent. Sorry, but I'll leave the rest of breakfast to you. I'm going to find something to cover this. I leave Sakura to take care of breakfast and head to the dojo. I might have hurt myself when I was sleeping, but either way, I need to treat it. But for some reason, I can't get this image of Sakura being so awkward and distraught out of my head. Sakura, are you sure you're okay? If you don't feel well, you don't have to go to your club. She explains with a smile, but it's obvious she's just putting on a brave face. Full of energy, huh? You didn't even take a single bite of your breakfast. She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Sakura continues to look away and says, She leaves. The dining table is neatly cleared, but there's an entire set of dishes with breakfast for one person in the kitchen sink untouched. Honestly, what's gotten into Sakura? Sakura was in high spirits this morning, but then suddenly got all quiet when she saw my injury, and everything she did from then on was one mistake after another. She overfilled her teacup, she drenched soy sauce on her omelet in the point that it was turned black, she sat down to eat with her apron still on. In the end, she hardly took a bite of her breakfast, then headed off to school looking pale. I wonder if she's caught a cold. I mumble as I finish cleaning up. Whatever it is, I've never seen Sakura act like that. I met Sakura 4 years ago in the summer, and it's been a year and a half since she started coming to my house to help with housework. In all that time, I've never seen Sakura look the way she did today. Fujine should be at the archery range, so I don't think there will be an issue there, but I should go and check on her sometime after school. Yes. Classes end, and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but I'm worried about Sakura. Being worried about Tasaka is like the weirdest flex here. I'm worried about blank. I'm worried about Sakura. Nothing will come from me worrying about her, but I should at least check if she's perked up. I walk to the first year's hall, which is on the 4th floor. There aren't any students walking down the hall, and there's only a handful of students hanging around the classroom. They're either at their clubs or headed home. Damn, Sakura's probably at her club too. Well, I've come this far. I might as well check Sakura's classroom, and after I see that nobody's there, I'll head to work. Let's see. I peek into class 1B. The classroom is tinted red from the light of the setting sun pouring in through the windows. It's silent, giving the impression nobody is inside. I have been working through it, yes, but that's our goal. We finished up Unlimited Blade Works the other day. Although that was a 9-hour stream. Although we were on day February 13th, right? It's my first time reading the visual novel, but I am aware of all the anime. So I saw Original Fate, I saw Unlimited, and I watched the Heaven's Feel movies. So I am caught up. I do know what I'm looking at. Among all the other Fate stuff that was going on, like Magical Girl Ilya, there was the one with the other Saber variant, I forget. Someone did. I don't know. Actually, to be honest, the anime did a good job of following the source material. They literally just follow the source material to the T, which I think is fine so far. Again, I haven't gotten through the Heaven's Feel part, but for Fate and for Unlimited Blade Works, those were pretty in line. Those stayed true. As far as I remember. But yeah, the interesting parts, which I'm mostly focusing on the endings for now, but the interesting parts are the failure conditions versus anything else, right? Because when you're watching the anime, obviously they can't have the failure conditions. So having those extra failure conditions being listed, and then going through those situations and scenarios and being oh, well, here's what went wrong, blah, 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 blah. Those are the fun parts. And the first time I went through this, I ended up in a weird situation where I was on the Fate track, and then I ended up in I ended up going into Unlimited Blade Works track, and I was like, how in the fuck did I manage that one? And that was a failure condition. I was like, how in the hell would I even know? Yeah. So, there is a lot of things that fill in, but, for somebody like me, it was no problem because I've been involved in Fate for, 20 years at this point, right? Right, so that was the thing, right? I was like, okay, I'm going to choose not to ally with Tasaka just to see what happens, and then it was 3 days later and I get killed, and I'm just like, what the fuck? This is a weird route. I was like, I thought it was going to be immediate, she'd kill me on the spot or something. And then it didn't happen until later. I was like, wow, alright. And then the game's like, yeah, you ended up in a really weird situation where you were just I don't know how you got here, but you fucked up. It was funny. I like that. So, those are the little charm points. And I do like that. But I'm going to try and do as much as I can with this visual novel / game / whatever. And see what I can actually unlock. Yeah. Melty Blood? Yeah. I feel like they should do something to bring back Melty Blood. Like, the game is like, they have the fighting game, which they brought out like a couple years ago. And that was like a retrain from like the older games that they used to make. And it was such a good opportunity to like introduce something new. It's amazing. I don't really read much too often, but like, I'm sure it's going to be good. I really want them to make a new anime or something. Or retell the story. Hell, I'll take a new Carnival Phantasms for whatever it's got to take, you know? Like, I'll take one of those. But anyway, let me get back on track. But yeah, you can keep talking to me as I go along. We can take breaks and pause and talk about things. There's no rush. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the classroom. All the students have gone to their respective destinations. Except for one lone shadow that remained inside the red-soaked classroom. Sakura. I step into the crimson-tinted world and say her name. Her long hair is covered by her face, and she looks even more weary than this morning. They actually did... Okay. So this is going to be a little bit weird, but like they actually did something to this frame. Like, I'm hoping so. But when we're talking about, like, Type Moon's, like, bread and butter, we know that Fate is always going to be, like, that breadwinner for them. And as much as I love Melty Blood, I think they're always going to be second fiddle, unfortunately. But I do appreciate Melty Blood for what it is. I feel like that's a cool concept, and I really wish that they would, like, do more. But no, talking about the artwork, I'm not going to, like, do anything to change the frame. They did something to this exact image of her where it actually looks like she's tired, and I'm not sure what. But I'm going to keep a mental note here, because she does actually look more tired in this just from her expression alone, and I'm not sure what they did. And it could just be that she doesn't have, like, smile blush or something like that. But I'm not sure. They did something. No, I didn't come to check out your classroom. I was just worried about you, since you seemed to be down this morning. Yeah, see, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is more in line to with the Sakura I know. Were they slanted in the opposite direction? That might be it. Sakura's face grows, if possible, even more downcast. She's obviously not well. Sakura, you should go home if you don't feel well. I can at least walk you to the intersection, so let's go home. Oh, for sure. Like, again, we're not going to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't caught up to this point. We can always talk about things that have already happened. But for like the case, like I do upload these to my YouTube channel. So, but yes, for the movie, I understand that they have like limited time and they have to sort of like combine elements of this story together to like make it cohesive and understandable. So like in the movie sense of things, I understand why they had to rush some things. Because like when you're dealing with like a maximum of 2-hour runtime, which is not, it's not like a set in stone thing. Like you can run over that time limit, but like when the average is like an hour and a half, 2 hours for a movie, like I get where condensing everything down to those time frames, even though Heaven's Feel had 3 movies, like that can get a little rough. See, that's the thing, right? So, when Original Fate came out, right, there was no precedent. Making it a series was perfect. Because you could get the full grasp of the story, you understood what the whole thing was about. It was focused on Saber. It was possibly the best starting point they could have picked. Unlimited Blade Works came out like decades later, or a decade later. And that was literally, it's the same story, but with a Rin-focused, like, approach. And, like, they mix a few things around, right? So, Caster's more involved. Lancer's more involved. Ilya basically takes a backseat for most of that. Versus, like, being the main antagonist of Saber's arc. So Ilya and Berserker just sort of like disappear for that. Whereas in Saber's arc, Caster and Lancer basically take a backseat as well as Assassin. And they're just sort of like, okay, yeah, they're there. You're aware of them. But it's just like different approaches to the same events. Did it have a movie? I thought it was a full series. I remember it being a series, but maybe I'm wrong. Was it just a movie? Now I'm confused. Hang on. Unlimited Blade Works anime. Okay, so there was one in 2014, which was the TV anime movie. And you're right, the 2010 film. Okay, yeah. Got it. Yeah, I don't think I saw the movie. I did see the anime. Or maybe I did see the movie. I don't remember. But the one that I recall the best is the anime. Which was 10 years ago. That's fucking wild. She grabs her bags and starts walking so quickly it's almost as if she's trying to run away. Dummy, you don't look well enough to say that. Just don't go to your club today. Besides, you won't be able to draw your bow properly the way you are right now. I grab Sakura's hand as she tries to pass me. A loud thud echoes through the classroom. Sakura almost falls, even though I only tried to grab her hand. Yeah, Fate Zero. Hey. I quickly pull Sakura's arm. As I tug Sakura so firmly, I learn she is surprisingly light. Gave me a scare there. You sure you're alright? You didn't put any weight into your step. Sakura averts her eyes apologetically. Honestly, what's gotten into her today? You're not going to your club today. I won't go to work either, so let's just go home. Sakura doesn't respond, keeping quiet. She doesn't shake off my hand, nor does it look like she's going to listen to me. What's going on, Sakura? You know you're in no shape to go to your club today. Which is why I need to go, she adds almost inaudibly. Yeah, I basically didn't hear what she said the first time. Damn. I never have any reply to that look. I hear the Mattel family circumstances are complicated, and I can't really put myself in the middle of Shinji and Sakura. So, again, we're not going to delve too deeply into this version of Shinji. But from the previous two, yeah, he's sort of a creepazoid, and we knew that. Like, he's basically like, how do I want to say this? Scumbag fuckboy. Where he wants to be better than he actually is, but he's got an inferiority complex, and he's a coward. And, like, in the visual novel sense, like, I'm sort of glad they didn't add the scene where, well, because obviously Rin was asleep. Right, so that's the thing, right? So, they didn't go over that scene, and if you watch the anime, you know what I'm talking about, but basically where he's, like, stroking her leg, trying to get in her face, trying to, like, sexually touch her in ways. Not that there was any sex involved in the anime either, but you know the implication. And that's how she ended up on the floor. Is like they talk about in this version of the visual novel. They basically talk about her being on the floor, and she has a bloodied lip. It's never established why that is in the visual novel, but basically it has everything to do with that. Where he was being physical with her in a not creepy way. But yes, I agree that Emiya tolerating Shinji, even as he is kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? He's like, oh yeah, we're friends, but he's kind of a dickhead. And it's just like, no, he's not your friend at all. Every interaction he's ever had with Shinji is always negative. No matter what. Even in the visual novel, they're always negative. There's not anywhere where Shinji's like, we're such good pals. So, from what I understood they were a bit more graphic in the PS2 and Vita versions, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm talking about like this. Obviously, visual novels are mostly known for the adult content scene versus like the novel scene. And I remember that somebody had told me that there was a lot of like sexual or sex related things that were going on. Like, for the sake of my stream, obviously that's a good thing. But for the sake of storytelling, I don't know if I want it being vetted in that way. So what I meant here's the thing. Like, this game came out like 2 weeks ago now. Like, this remastered version. What I'm expecting is going to happen is they're going to run a sales pitch for DLC. And that DLC is going to be the graphic content. And the reason I say that is because there's been another set of visual novels that have done that exact same thing. I'm not going to mention which ones because it's really going to should have put a bad light on me, but if you know, you know. You think not, huh? Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I haven't even looked at the community tab, but I'm going to bet like there's going to be somebody who's just like, we're going to add these scenes in for you now, fully modded and ready to go. And it's pretty simple. You just add a new backdrop, new lines of dialogue, and maybe some music if you want. You don't even have to add the music necessarily. You just put in whatever music is already there. No matter how much I consider Sakura my family, the people in the Mattel household are her real family. As an outsider, my words will fall on deaf ears. Anything I said would just seem like an unnecessary meddling. So you're still going to stop by the club, Sakura? Yeah. So you're going there to save face for Shinji. I pull out a chair and sit on it. Then I pull out another chair from a neighboring desk. Yeah, her voice is just naturally quiet, unfortunately. Like, advanced. Yeah, this is set to normal. I could crank up voices if you want. That actually might make sense for this run because she just speaks quietly anyway. That'll be good. Is that better? Should it be higher or lower, do you think? If it's good there, I'll just leave it there. I'll put it like 75. Because she's the only one of the cast that's not necessarily loud. A bit higher?
先輩
Like maybe Rider too, but we'll see. Oh my god, mystery character. Oh my god, other mystery character. Mystery character, mystery character, mystery character. Alright, we'll do that. Just sit down. I'm not going to stop you from going to club anymore, but just take a minute to rest, okay? You can tell Shinji you're late because he held you back.
そんなこと言えません。そんなこと言ったら兄さんまた先輩にその
Shinji giving me a hard time is nothing new. Don't worry about it. I bet it makes his life easier if he has something new to bring up. Besides, telling him that I held you back wouldn't be a flat-out lie. It's absolutely true. There's nothing to feel guilty about. Yeah, but like the fan translation, obviously, like they were limited just by what they could do anyway. I gesture for Sakura to sit down. Sakura reluctantly sits on the chair. Good. Now hold on a minute. I'm going to steal some tea from the student council room. You stay right there until I get back.
先輩お茶をくすねてくるってそんなことしたら怒られるんじゃ
Only if a teacher catches me. I'm used to things like this. It won't be an issue as long as they don't run into a teacher. So just sit back and relax.
できません先輩が危ないことしてる時に休んでるなんてもってのほかです先輩私お茶なんていいですから
You will drink your ocha and be happy. And I keep saying it's not risky. Just sit there, okay? Drinking tea in the classroom is good for you once in a while. I jump out into the hallway. The student council room isn't that far. I'll go get a whole tea set real quick to surprise Sakura. Like, that's the thing, right? She definitely wants this. And I'm not being like, oh, well, she really wanted it. No, like, her whole plot line is that she's really infatuated with Emi Ashiro. So, it's not like she doesn't want this. She totally does want this. She just has family obligations preventing her from, like, acting on them. Time passes. Sakura and I both drink tea in the classroom, which seems ludicrous, but we look out the window as we have nothing better to do. The last rays of sunset filter through the window, stinging my eyes a bit. Sakura looks toward the sunset, her expression vacant. I don't have much to say, so I follow Sakura and keep my mouth shut. Since there's no conversation, time passes slowly. Sakura's not generally all that talkative, and it's not unusual for her to just stare blankly ahead. She seems to be more at ease when she's alone. Come to think of it, Sakura prefers to be alone. It's not that she wants to be away from the hustle and bustle so much as her seeming to want to be isolated from people around her. And she often chooses to look outside rather than keeping her attention inside. Which is probably why she stayed alone in the classroom today. Sakura doesn't go out of her way to interact with people. Fujine and I are the exceptions. And if I weren't acquaintances with Shinji, Sakura wouldn't have been able to interact with me at all, really. We got a new scene! I sneak a glance at Sakura. A new scene! Oh my god, we got new visuals just popping up. This is 2! 2! Actually, I think we did have this one before, but still. 4 years ago, when Shinji introduced me to her, Sakura seemed more like a little girl. Before I knew it, she was my underclassman, and even started coming to my house to help with housework, and her childish appearance started to fade. Sakura has become beautiful. Well, she was pretty to begin with, but I guess I'd say she's grown. Too pretty. On top of that, she's sensible and so gentle. With all these great qualities, it's no wonder so many people say she's on par with beauty on par with Rin Tasaka. I am curious because, again, narratively speaking, I get why he has to introduce this thought. No, that's true. But when is it established, other than Issei and Emiya, that Rin Tasaka is the beauty of the school? There's no general consensus other than maybe the one interaction in the boys' classroom where it's oh my god, it's Rin Tasaka, the cool beauty, blah 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 blah. I really want her to step on me, blah blah, that sort of shit. But I get why it's established like that, but at the same time, it feels sort of forced that the main character has to sort of establish that fact rather than it just naturally being a part of the environment. I don't know. Maybe that's just a me thing. Again, to save time, to save effort, and to save energy, I understand. Just tell people what they need to know. Yes, these are the most beautiful girls in the school. Blah, 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 blah. Right? It gets rid of half of the narrative there to not have to explain that or have to write something in there that says, oh, well, when she won the beauty pageant last year, that sort of thing. Obviously, that's not something that would happen in this universe, but you get what I'm saying. They don't have to establish, oh, she is actually a beautiful person in this world. But rather, it's just naturally occurring in the world that, no, these are, people that are beautiful. To give a prime example, right. But to give a prime example, and I'm going to use the cheesy analogy here of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, right? So, one of the first and most established token female characters of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime was Taya Gardner. It is never explicitly stated in that entire first season, as far as I'm aware, that Taya is a beautiful girl, right? It's just implicitly known that, okay, she is a good-looking girl, right? People just acknowledge this, and, that's sort of where they run with it. Yeah, Anzu, yeah. Now, I think they do say something about My Valentine once they get to Pegasus's Dual Island or Duelist Kingdom, but for my Anzu, they don't really establish anything. It's just she's there. She happens to be a good-looking character. Okay, she's a pretty female character, right? Granted, she's surrounded by Tristan and Joey, which really points that out, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying. Also Yugi, but you know, Yugi's the main character. Like, his spiky hair is just to be expected. And, like, that's the thing, right? The reason I bring that up is because, like, that is a general knowledge anime. Like, people just know. If I bring up Yu-Gi-Oh, they just know, right? I actually get worried if I bring up Dragon Ball Z, like, some people aren't going to know what the fuck I'm talking about. Which scares me, because it's like, I feel like Dragon Ball should be another one of those things where people just know, but it's fine. But at least with Yu-Gi-Oh, it's just like, yeah, you should know that. It's just in the realm of where you should be knowledgeable enough. Alright, enough of this scene. I know we're looking at it, but it is a pretty image, and I like that they did the art here. It was really good. But there's something I just don't get. Sakura is often alone. She doesn't seem to have any friends from the Kyudo Club, and given that she is alone in the classroom after school, she may not have any friends in the class either. Now that I think about it, I only know the Sakura from the Kyudo Club and the Sakura at my house. I don't know what Sakura does or how she acts when she's at school, or the Mattel family home. Just when I realized that, and as I continued to stare blankly at the reddened sky,
先輩覚えてますか
Do you remember? Do you remember? Don't worry, worry. Oh. Sakura asked without taking her gaze from the window. Remember what?
ずっと昔の話です。私がまだ先輩を知らなかった頃の話。
So before you and I met?
はい、4年前、私が進学したばかりの頃です。まだ新しい学校に慣れてなくて、あてもなく廊下を歩いているとき、私、不思議なものを見たんですよ。あれは、一体どういう経緯だったんでしょうね。もう放課後でグラウンドには陸上部の人もいないっていうのに誰かが一人だけで走ってたんです。何をしてるのかなって見てみるとその人一人で走り高跳びをしてました。
Feels like classic anime over time is quickly falling through the cracks. When new fans only pick up the latest stuff, or the most popular ones lucky enough to still be in public consciousness. No, that's the thing, right? Attack on Titan? I assume that's what you mean when you say that, but I remember Attack on Titan being brand new. Like, brand new. Like, it still feels new, and it's already over, and I'm just like, wow. We really went through that. I mean, it's the same with Hunter x Hunter. And I'm going to say something very criminal. I'm going to say something very, very criminal. I have not seen a single episode of Hunter x Hunter, but I know what those anime fans are going through. Because we have the classic, and then we have the remake, remastered Hunter x Hunter. And I'm just like, wow, we're really doing this already, huh? She giggles. Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, they should bring that back. Well, I know why they probably wouldn't. It's not exactly PC. Mostly because, like, he is a middle schooler, and, like, half the time he's lifting up his girlfriend slash friend that's a girl's shirt. And, like, you're really grown, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's sort of, like, classic stupid bullshit. I feel like they could remake it, though. I feel like if they could remake it, they could do an excellent job. I just don't know, like, because part of me wants it to keep the comedy, but at the same time, I want it to be, like, almost Batman treated, right? Like, the original Batman was sort of a comedy crime-fighting show, but then it became, like, a dark and brooding, like, really intense thing. And that's sort of what I want for Yu Yu Hakusho. Does that make any sense? Like, I want Yu Yu to be, like, almost serious in a way. Yeah. But I can never talk to anybody about Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, because nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just like, how do you not know? How can that be possible? You want to know, like, I'm also going to say something that's a little bit criminal, but as much as I do enjoy Cowboy Bebop, the anime of that same variety that I love significantly more is Outlaw Star. I miss Outlaw Star. So, right. I don't know how much I want to say. Have you seen the recent Trigun stuff? Because I did. I've watched the original as well. Oh, it's still a great show. I adore that show. What you, and again, I'm gonna say this, but like, you want the uncensored version. You're referring to the Trigun remake. So they're right. You're talking about the one where he's got like the floppy hair, right? The hair flop. Did you see it not censored? That's the question. Or did you only see it on like Toonami? Okay, you only saw the first few episodes of Trigun Remake. Okay. So just a little bit of a spoiler. The remake isn't a remake. It's a prequel. It takes place before the event of the 96 Trigun. That's why his hair looks like that. Yes, the original anime. It's a prequel to that anime. The remake. The new Trigun. that's released not too long ago. That's the only thing I'm going to say. You can pretty much take whatever you want from that, but that's what I'm telling you. And when I saw it, I was like, okay, where are they going with this? And I did not figure this out until like the very end. Until the very, very end, I was like, what the fuck are they doing right now? And then it all made sense. Because I wasn't happy about it originally either. But then I learned why they made it from watching it all the way through. And I was like, oh. Yeah, that does explain like a couple hundred things later on. So that's the thing, right? That was a huge part for me too, because I'm like, this is Trigun. Why is he not using his gun? And again, you have to kind of watch it to get the whole idea. I don't know how far you got into it. But yes, his brother's involved. We talk about the incident, you know. But it takes place before Trigun, the show, takes place. Anyway, continuing on. I've been stalling like mad. She giggles. It must be an endearing memory to Sakura if that blissful smile is anything to go by. Also, this whole thing, she never talked about this. This was a big plot point in the movie. Like, she never established this story until later on. What? I understand the story, but I'm not sure what she's getting at. I don't think grueling solo practice after school is all that strange. Right. So that's your clue right there. The fact that Millie's introduced at the end already gives you the idea this is the prequel for the events of Trigun. The only reason, like in the original anime, obviously in 96, that she wouldn't know about Vash at that point is because they didn't know there was going to be a prequel story to tell in 96. So when they remade the story, they were like, we'll just retcon that and make it so like she did know who he was and blah 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 blah. But yes, that was pretty much it. But that's your clue. Like that whole series, that whole section of events is a prequel. But the funny thing is, the 96 anime does talk about events that do happen in the prequel. So that's something that should also give you a hint. Huh. They must have been desperate. Maybe there were tryouts the next day and they needed to be able to reach the height to make the cut.
それは違います。だってその人、陸上部でも何でもない人でしたから。
The fact that he doesn't know this story is kind of fucking hilarious, but that's fine. Huh? But why is Sakura laughing?
それでですね、私、見ているうちに気がついたんです。その人、別に何でもいいんだなって。今日たまたま自分のできないことにぶつかって、なら負けないぞって意地を張ってただけなんです。そうして日が落ちて、その人は一人で片付けをして帰っちゃいました。すごく疲れてるのに、何でもなかったみたいに平然とどっか行っちゃったんです。
I don't get it. If they left, they must have succeeded, right? How tall is the pole anyway?
これがですね、結局飛べなかったんです。その人、3時間もずーっと走って、どうやっても自分じゃ飛べないって納得しただけなんです。
Well, not exactly a happy ending.
はい。あんまりにもまっすぐすぎて、その人の心配をしちゃったぐらいです。その人はきっと、すごく頼りがいのある人なんです。けどそこが不安で、寂しかった。
Sakura sounds so lonely as she says that, and I'm afraid she could be entirely swallowed up in the red classroom. Huh. Well, now that you told me the whole story, what's it about, Sakura?
いえ、わからないのならいいんです。私にはそう見えただけで、その人自身にとっては日常茶飯事だったということで。
Sakura smiles warmly, seeming to have come out of her dark mood from earlier. Just then, I may be dense, but I realize who she's talking about. I actually don't remember it happening, but if it's a story from 4 years ago, it must have been a little after my old man died. I did some pretty reckless stuff every day, so I guess Sakura's story is about one instance of that. And Sakura, don't tell me that person's...
はい。今私の前にいる上級生さんでした。あの頃は小柄だったから同じ学年かなって勘違いしちゃったんです。
Ugh. I really wish you wouldn't bring up my height when I was younger. Now, I am of the taller variety of people. Unfortunately, I will never be in the lower brackets of height. So I don't know how this feels. I can't relate to this. But are there people that have complex about their height of being like shorter? Like, there are some people I tease about it, obviously. And I think they do have like a little bit of a thing about it. But like, other than that, I don't think it's like too serious. But I think it is something that just rubs them the wrong way. It's just like, I can't help it. Sure, I'm not that tall even now, but I still had a growth spurt.
そういうことです。私、その時から先輩のことは知ってたんですよ。
I see. That's news to me. I look away, embarrassed that she saw me in such an awkward moment. And then,
私たち、同じものを見てたんです。
Sakura gestures like she's praying. I'm not sure I understand what she's getting at. Huh? I ask, feeling concerned. But at that moment, the familiar school bell sounds as if to deny my curiosity. Hey, the bell rang. It's been 30 minutes since I had her stay in the classroom with me. It's time. The time is 4:30. I guess I'm holding you back longer won't do. I'll clean up so you can go ahead. You feel better, right?
はい、おかげさまで元気いっぱいです。今日の夕飯は楽しみにしててください。
What do you mean I'm cooking? Oh. Sakura gets up. She doesn't seem like she's forcing it. She really does look better. Oh, sorry, Sakura. I actually need to work tonight. I'm going to be late, so you don't have to worry about taking the time to go to my house tonight.
はい、わかりました。なら、お夕飯だけ作って置いていきますね。
So he decided he wasn't going to go to work, then he decided he's going to go to work anyway. Make up your mind. Sakura quickly bows and leaves. Oh well. Fujine should be at my place, so she should be able to walk Sakura home when it's time. My livelihood's at stake too, so I better head over to work quickly. I'll probably treat them as different, only because I'm assuming they will continue the series. What have been the events of the night? I mean, there's a possibility, or what I'd really like to see is like you're right. The prequel does like answer like the mystery of Trigun was literally the point that Vash had a twin brother named Knives, and like everything else that was involved, and then like learning about that and then fighting him, blah 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 blah, all that sort of stuff. So what I'd really like to see is if they do decide to remake it, like keep some of the same stuff, bring back the Vash attitude from the original, because like a lot of the prequel, he's just like a fucking he's very dulled out, right? He's not too exciting to like listen to. He's not very cheerful at all that sort of stuff. What I want to see is like cheerful Vash come back. Like that's the thing, right? And there's a lot of ways that they can do it wrong, and I feel like that's what they're trying to set up. But I don't know what direction they're going to go. So, I am curious. Again, I know you haven't finished that yet. But, yeah, that'll be interesting to get into. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town across the bridge. Oh, it's not even 5 yet. I still have some time. There aren't many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty in Shinto since it's a developing area. Our school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid all while training my body, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may be it may just be 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decide to rest at a park until it's time. Please tell me I can skip this scene. They're not going to let me skip it. Fine. This park is nestled between buildings. It's like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends on holidays, but this one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter the time of day. Time or day. This place is the same as always. I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, and it's really pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location had set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is the very remnant of a great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death. Why don't they send some grass or seed some grass here or something? It's a shame to keep it like this. The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there would be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on the bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned area to pass the time. I don't remember anything that's happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe. What, like copying the aesthetic? And again, not talking about, like, I appreciate Kenshin for existing. However, the author was a scumbag. Let's not beat around the bush. Even though I love the story, I appreciate the story. It's a good story. Fuck that guy. I know. So there is a good aspect to the remake, though. Like, some of the voice acting crew and everybody else were literally like, hey, listen, I understand that the guy was an asshole and a scumbag and everything else like that, so I'm going to donate anything I earned from this to victims of abuse. And I appreciate that they're doing that. Now, whether that's just for public opinion, or whether that's just for, like, fanfare, sort of like a way to get out of, like, getting in trouble for working on the project, it is what it is. And again, I do have that problem where I can't really separate the artist from the art. Because I do enjoy Rurouni Kenshin. I do enjoy the story. At the same time, the man is a fucking scumbag. Which is really difficult. And it's not the first time something like that's happened in my life. Where, like, I look at a piece that I really enjoyed, and then it's like, well, we also have to tell you this man also committed, like, 1,000 different crimes of sexual varieties, and it's just like, God fucking damn it, man. That's the thing, right? Oh no, you tell me that now? Fuck. You know, when I was waiting for, I was waiting for Full Metal Panic to like get through like this last arc. I haven't seen anything from it for like years at this point, so that sucks. Was that after that? Because they had remade, or they had made like a new season, right? They'd made like a new season, and they were ready to go, and then it just sort of ended like in the middle of an arc, and I was like, is there going to be a follow-up to this? And I haven't heard anything about it since. I'm all you type. I'm going to go get a drink real quick because I've been yapping. It was after. Fuck. Fuck. That sucks. I'm so mad. All right, I'm getting a drink. I'll be right back. I am so pissed about that, though. Oh, man. I am so pissed about that. Oh, that's the worst. Like, I figured something happened. I just wasn't sure what. Big O Season 3. I don't know. The new Fooly Coolies didn't really, like, impress me. Again, there's a lot of, like, suggested sexual stuff involved, which I'm not so sure would fall in line today. Man. Like, that's the thing. There must have been something in the business aspect that said, oh, we need to make more of these. But I really can't understand what the thought pattern is. Because Fooly Cooly is like a meme anime on its own. It is definitely an icon of its time. But man, I'm fucking mad about Full Metal Panic not like, oh man, like that's gonna piss me off. Like, imagine a show and you're at a climactic point at the end of your season and it never gets resolved. Like, there are plenty of shows out there that have that exact same problem. But god damn it, like, I was not expecting Full Metal to be the one. Yeah, Panty and Stocking is coming back, I think. But Panty and Stocking is easy to bring back because you can just make up whatever you want. And Panty and Stocking is unapologetic. Like, there's no direct plot line that's really involved. Although that does mean more stocking, so can't knock that. And that some people died trying to save others. I wonder why that happened. One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all of the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. But just thinking about people trying to help and become victims for their trouble makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved and for them to get their happy ending afterward? All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen? That was Kiritsugu's response to the question the very young me asked it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept the idea. But you saved me, Kiritsugu. I knew you were a magician. I knew you were a magician, and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without even asking for a reward. And that's why I believed you managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Kiritsugu looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him, and said something I remember to this day.
誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けたものだけなんだよ。当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
Now I'm trying not to, I'm going to get back to like reading. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about some of the things back in my day? Here's where I know that you have dived deep into the pools of the anime world. If I mention this next anime's name and you know exactly what anime I'm talking about, we're bonded for life. Vandred. And it's okay if you don't. I'm just saying. There's also Martian successor Nadesco, but like that's a whole different ballpark. And I'm taking it that you never did watch it. And it's okay. Never saw Vandred. Okay, that's fine. So allow me a little bit of a detour. Vandred is a mecha anime through and through, but the general idea of the story is that there were two different planets, and they were aware of each other, and, well, aware of each other like the elders knew of each other, but like nobody on the planet knew of each other, where men stayed on the men planet and women stayed on the women planet. And they were not aware of the opposite gender. So every partnership, right, is same gendered, which, fine. And they both live by different rules from their gender. Now, this is not to say that they weren't gender identifying, but like, you know what I mean. Like, if you had one set of genitals, you were on one planet. If you had another set of genitals, you were on the other planet. Right? Follow me so far? So at some point, they end up like getting involved in space battles with each other. And as far as they knew, they never had like direct contact with the opposite gender necessarily. They just knew that the other ones were the enemy, right? But in an emergency situation, a group of, like, I want to say like 3 guys end up going into this battle station, like spaceship that's like an older spaceship. And like this whole platoon of women also ends up in this spaceship. And initially they're all trying to kill each other, right? Like they're warriors, they're trying to fight each other. They just happen to be at the same place at the same time. And then they end up jumping through space in like a warp. And so now they've got to work together to get back to their respective planet, location, whatever. And this is like old knowledge. I haven't watched it in a while. I haven't refreshed in a while. But the general consensus was, okay, now men and women are coexisting again. And men are, like, there's a male doctor who's learning about female anatomy now because he is a medical doctor and he has to take care of these women now that he's never had to deal with before. So he's learning all these things. There's a navigator who is part of the ship and, like, controlling the ship. And he is a necessary part of the ship to make sure that it moves and goes in the direction it should be going. And then there is a mecha pilot who's sort of a younger boy. And he works with the elite warriors of the female like soldier group and their mechas, and they combine together. And when they do, the cockpits join together in some scandalous ways. Obviously, like, there's not really any indication to these characters because they have no concept of what sex is. Remember, they don't know what that means. But it's implied, obviously, like, one of the female warrior pilots is sort of ditzy and sort of an airhead, so she gets along really well with the boy. There's a serious one, and then there's, like, sort of the, how do I say, like, a slutty one? You know what I mean? So they're just like, oh yeah, cute boy, and we're all mecha pilots, and they have no concept of sex in, like, the normal sense, but they're like, all right, well, they're different. And so they end up in these weird situations where they don't know how to handle each other's biology. But at the same time, they're like, we're not too different, but there are some differences. And so they're trying to figure out things that are, like, natural to us as a human species, but they have no concept of. So it's kind of funny in that regard. So I enjoyed that show when I was watching it. I watched the dub at the time. And obviously that's probably like the filtered version of that show. But like it is interesting. Like the concept of the whole show is like they have no idea. Because like women might as well be alien, right? And like technically that's how like we sort of treat each other as different genders anyway. It's just like, man, they're so fucking weird. Why are they so weird? It's just like, true story. But obviously the elders of their respective planets do know better, and they are aware of each other. But they never told, like, the younger generation. I don't know. I don't remember the toilet humor. There probably was. I remember that members of the female crew did end up giving birth. Like, there were two female crew members, and they were having a baby. I don't remember what the process was, but I know that they did have a baby. And they became a part of the crew. I don't remember if it was a baby boy or a girl. It'd be funny if it was a boy, though. That would be hilarious. Oh yeah, they go through a whole bunch of shit. And it, like, obviously we're aware as the viewer, but like the characters, they're like, what the fuck? And how do I explain this? Okay, so the concept of females having large breasts is not a concept that men would be aware of in this universe. And they're like, what the fuck are these things on your chest? You know, that sort of thing. And it's like, you wouldn't dare do that, but they don't know any better. And it's just like, that makes perfect sense. It's just like, yeah, they're fascinating in a weird way. It's just like, why are they there? And I feel stupid like thinking about it now, but it's just like one of those things. I'd love to go back to try and explain, but like there's nobody on this goddamn planet that would understand like an episode 3 of me trying to explain the show to anybody. Like, don't they know that they shouldn't do that? Oh my god, don't they understand? It's like, no, they don't understand. That's the whole point. Oh man. Oh god. But like obviously like the old like they end up on a ship that's like older tech, right? So that's what makes the most sense, because there's obviously sections for both genders, which they're confused by, because they're like, why would all this stuff be around for everybody? And then why are these mechs designed like this? That doesn't make any sense. There's something we're missing. Our history must be linked somehow. It's just like, all right. Oh man. So they're basically like aliens trying to figure out how they're linked, right? They're like, we're so different, and yet we're so the same. Like, how are we? We can't be that different. What's our history? It's just fucking funny. Oh, man. Like, it's serious, but it's funny at the same time. I would love for me to be able to like go back and reanalyze like old anime and like watch episodes with people and be like, all right, here's where we're at. Here's what I was thinking at the time. This fucking show was great. But the amount of editing work I'd have to do would be insane. Because obviously like there's copyrights and everything else like that. Ergo proxy, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember Ergo. Mm-hmm. It's pretty similar to that. Yeah, I get that. I'm going back to the game now. I don't want to. I didn't want to delve too deep into that, but like, we would. Oh man, like there is so much knowledge of like random anime bullshit in my brain. It's not even funny. It's just there, and I can't. I have to be able to talk to people about it, but they've also got to be able to watch the show and understood what I'm talking about. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine if there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, a majority of the hostages would probably die. But if by some miracle the hostages were saved, there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since having the hostages was done at the cost of his life. The people the champion of justice saves are only those whom the champion of justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that. Especially if it's a natural disaster. No person is able to save everyone and everything. The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from that incident, it isn't my place to say anything at this point. But I still don't like it. Where am I in the flowchart? Wow, this deviation is wild. I like it, but that's crazy to me. So the split probably happens here. That's what I'm guessing. Wolf's Rain was about the guys that turned into wolves, right? I don't remember. I remember watching a little bit of it. I don't remember a lot about it, though. Like that was the thing. I just remember that there were like guys that literally turned into wolves, and maybe I'm misremembering that. Like really good-looking guys that turn into wolves. I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation on who can be saved. Yeah. It was something like that. There are many impossible maybe I need to reach out to help. Can't stand to see people around me die, like back then. You can give me the synopsis. Like, I don't think I'm going to go back to watch Wolf's Rain, but, like, if you're telling me I should, maybe I will, but, like, I remember seeing, like, a few episodes of it, and then I was just like, alright, I'm good. If the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire. But then I would have died, and for nothing. No, it's okay. Like, honestly, like, part of, like, the stream is the interaction with chat anyway. And it's related. Like, it is anime and manga related. It's okay. If it takes me a bit longer to get there, so be it. That would have happened for sure. Geez, I can't even fantasize in my head. Oh, crap. I can't believe it's already 5. The bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work that I might have motivated to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about, and the endless stream of cars in the road. Guess there's no need for me to get something for Fujine. I walk along the path as I gaze up at a lighted building. You know what I should do? What I could do is I could get the the scripts for the anime episodes and go through them as like a synopsis of my own, and then like just have like a background for whatever anime or whatever I'm talking about at the time, and just explain the plot points. Like, that would be sick. I would love to do that. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. As I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery, I think I see something bizarre. What is that? I stop and try to look to the very top. I squint, trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of sand. It looks like someone I know, but I can't think why this girl I know would have a reason to be there. It doesn't seem like she's going to do anything up there. But she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision enhanced with magecraft can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she's isolated, but there's no way she would be able to pick me out of a crowd on the ground. She is looking down at the town. It seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forget how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician looking down at the surface world with a bright moon shining right behind her. Oh. I wonder if there is an uncensored version of Vandred. I haven't looked into that in forever. I bet you it's the same no matter what. But I feel like that would be one of the animes that you could, like, get an OVA of, and they probably have something. Just by its design. Yeah, it really is weird, like, why she's on top of the building. Like, she's gonna see something from up there. Archer, maybe, but, like, even then, what are they gonna find? And then, she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than a beautiful night sky. Was that Tasaka up there? Also, for the record, I watched the dubbed version of Vandred, so that's why I'm not sure. There probably is a subbed version, but I have to look. I'm gonna research this later because I need to know. I can't be sure, but I'm probably off about who it was, at least. There aren't many girls that I know who stand out like her, and besides, I'm not so out of it as I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire. It's just, Tasaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. I get back to Miyama. Unlike Shinto, it's quiet here, as if it were already the middle of the night. I wonder if Sakura is doing okay. She seems to be feeling okay, but I feel bad, thinking I made her push herself again because she went to my place to make dinner. Maybe I'll go check on her. Going to her house may not accomplish anything, but I'd rather have the reassurance than do nothing at all. There's nothing different about the Metal House. There's no sign of a strange foreigner Sakura was talking about earlier, and the lights are only on in Sakura and Shinji's rooms as usual. Wait, hold on a minute. Why was the other light on last night then? Was there someone other than Sakura and Shinji in the Metal House? I whirl around. In the darkness of the night, I see a person standing there, almost hidden among the chirping insects. Ah! I did that on purpose, but at the same time, like, imagine you just see this old, wrinkled ball sack of a man. He's an old man, and I don't recognize him. He must be really old, but his sharp eyes and intimidating presence are out of all disproportion with the tiny old body. The sheer amount of time he lives seems to lend him a certain dignity, and I find myself petrified.
どうした若いの？なぜ答えん？答えねばこちらで決めつけてしまうぞ。うん。ではさくらが言っておった不審なよそ者がお前さんだ。ということでよいかな？
Damn this old man. True. Sakura. Does that mean this man is...
参ったの。孫の頼みだ。見過ごしておくわけにはいくまい。見ず知らずのお前さんには申し訳ないが、少し痛い目に遭ってもらわねばならん。念のため聞いておくが、潔く香木の厄介になる気はないか？
The strange old man seems pleasantly cheerful despite the dark subject matter. There's no doubt about it. It may be the first time I've ever seen him, but this man is Sakura's... No, you have it all wrong. I'm in the same year as Shinji, and I'm a friend of Sakura's. My name is Shiro Emiya, and I just came by to see how they're doing on my way home.
ああ、そうか。シンジとさくらの知り合いか。それは邪魔をしたな。どれ、二人を呼んでこよう。それとも、夕飯を馳走されるかね。
Okay, the fact that Sakura would not only make dinner at my house, eat dinner at my house, and then come here and then have dinner again is kind of wild. No, sir, I was just stopping by, so I'll be on my way back home. By the way, sir, did Sakura come home safely? Mm-hmm. Slayers, Tenchi Muyo. Yeah, for sure. The old man murmurs something I don't quite catch. He sounds irritated. Huh?
魔頭造剣。お前さんが名乗ったというのに、わしが名乗らんままではおかしかろう。
Zoken Matao looks toward the house once he finishes speaking. He shows that he has no interest in me. He's so intimidating. I can't even manage to get a word out as I watch him go. But then...
さくらならば帰ってきておる。それよりエミヤシロ。アインツベルンの娘は双剣かね。
Who? Huh? Eins? What now?
とぼけるでない。アインツベルンの娘がエミヤを訪ねるは通り、こたびの座の出来はどうかと問うておる。
Uh-oh. Huh? Now I really don't understand. Sorry, Sakura. Your grandpa's a little crazy.
どうやら本当に知らんらしいな、これは。
Zoken sighs. For some reason, I feel bad for him, given how disappointed he looks. I don't really know the details, but I apologize.
いやいや、お主が気に病むことはない。わしの勘違いじゃ。つまらぬことを言ってすまなかった。
Oh yeah, usual. Yeah.
そら、孫たちに用があるのなら遠慮することはない。年寄りは隠居しておるでな。気兼ねなく尋ねるがよい。
I really just came by, but, do you really live in this house?
住んでおるとも。もっとも見ての通りの老体でな。日がな一日奥座敷でくたびれておる。
Is that so? I've been inside the Matao household numerous times until last year, but I never got the sense of anyone else living in that house other than Shinji and Sakura.
では失礼するぞ、エミヤ四郎君。うちの孫たちとよくしてやってくれ。
Despite his apparent age, he walks briskly away. The Mattel house appears unchanged, but the sound of chirping bugs silently fades. Another day ends. I finish yet another busy dinner, and after seeing off Fujine, I take a bath. Afterward, I go to the storehouse for my daily training. I complete my usual routine and go to sleep. It's 1 in the morning. The day ends peacefully without incident. Let's do the time warp again. No. Oh, fuck. Fuck. You remember what? Oh, yeah. Soon after Fujine leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well. Wait, what? Oh. We skipped morning, right. Totally. Sakura, what's wrong? You don't look good. Are you feeling sick?
いえ、体の調子はいいです。先輩の方こそ大事はありませんか？今朝もどこか気分が悪そうでしたし、昨日の傷も悪化してるかもしれません。
That would probably make sense, yeah. Yesterday's injury. Oh, the bruise on my left hand. Well, the bruise hasn't changed much. My hand just swelled up, so it should be better soon. Sakura continues to stare at me, looking concerned. I'm fine, really. It's nothing. What's going on? You've been acting weird since yesterday, Sakura. This is just a bruise, or what? Is this your way of admitting it happened because you came in the middle of the night and stomped on my hand while I was sleeping?
先輩、私そんなに重くありません。私はただ、
Just what?
間違いだったらいいって。
Huh? I don't get what Sakura's saying. Sakura may be quiet, but she generally speaks her mind. It's not like her to beat around the bush so much.
先輩、お願いがあるんですけど、いいですか？
Sure, as long as it's within something I can do. What's up?
はい、私、明日の夜までお手伝いに来られないんです。その間、できるだけ家の中にいてもらえませんか？
Huh, are you saying I need to skip work on Sunday too?
はい、できる限り家にいてほしいんです。私の用事が終わればお手伝いに来ますから。
Well, I guess skipping one day of work wouldn't hurt. Okay, I'll just hang around the house all day over the weekend. Is that what you want, Sakura? I'll be a good puppy.
はい、そうしてもらえると助かります。
A bit of relaxation actually doesn't sound so bad. I've been working non-stop recently, so I have some extra funds right now. Maybe I'll clean out all the junk this weekend. Yes. Wait. We're at the church already. Fight. Yes. Until a certain point. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Like, helping Saber is going to get me injured. Same as the Fate route? Okay. I'll just keep going with it then. Interlude 3-0. That's new. Okay. There's a slithering sound. It's hard to determine whether the sound is a cry or something being dragged or something festering. The sound represented everything. Here, there are only rotting things. The stone walls are as brittle as a decaying tree. The air smells sweet like honey. The creatures crawling on the ground are decomposing like ripe fruit, and even the time that passes in space is rotten, meaningless. Everything here is worn out. The darkness is the graveyard for things that were never mourned on Earth. The end of vindictive bloodlines.
7人揃ったようだな。
So Archer gets attacked, and Saber and I are injured. The largest gangrenous mass wriggles at the center of darkness. The sound of insects taints the air, along with a rancid, unpleasant stench. The master of this basement is rotten and decayed, yet alive, and it is surrounded by otherworldly worms. The insects that crawl up from the feet suck on its ankles, and once its suckers reach their host's flesh and bone, they continue to slowly burrow in and reach nerves. There are hundreds, nay, more than 200 wriggling bugs. Any creature unlucky enough to be thrown into this writhing carpet would die in moments. The insects would burrow in and devour its insides, leaving its flesh and bones intact, but taking it over.
足りぬ。この虫どもも時期替え時か。
Yet its body does not break down. Rather, whenever the insects invade its body through the ankle, its body takes one step closer to completion. It is not being devoured by the insects. The massive insects that live in the basement are the ones being consumed, existing solely to be eaten by it. There should be enough here to last hundreds of years, or 100 years. That guarantees it at least as much time as it consumes these insects to live.
まだ先はある。こたびが最後というわけでもない。万全でなければ静観に徹するべきなのだが。
It twists its mouth in disapproval. The situation is in no way optimal. The battle is about to start once again, less than 10 years after the last. Yeah, I do recall that, but at the same time, he is Zoken. The priest who was tasked in overseeing this ritual possesses 2 servants, and the servant rooted at Ryudo Temple has, in turn, summoned their own servant. So he's aware of Lancer and Archer, and he's aware of Caster and her assassin. These conditions are not promising. A complete grail simply will not be forged from such an unstable battle. The gates may open, but its contents will not be reachable.
ならば静観するべきなのだが、困ったことに持ち駒だけは適しておる。
The conditions to fight over the Holy Grail are abysmal. However, the thing that was painstakingly created is in its ideal form. If released, it would surely reach it. As long as the proper steps are taken, the Holy Grail should be attainable. After all, the contents of the Holy Grail have been implanted inside them. For 10 years, fragments of the Holy Grail have spread into and throughout their nerves. It's only natural for things originating from the same source to be attracted to one another.
わしには次があるが、あれはそう長く持つまい。 対バンとしてもらい受けたものだが、よもやあれほどの出来になろうとはの。
The thing was an experiment, but now it has perfectly adapted to its purpose. It was supposed to be disposed of, but it ought to be used if it proves useful. In either case, the plan is to dispose of it anyway. The thing is bound to be discarded, whether it loses in battle, is destroyed, or disabled.
となると問題は一つ。あれをどうやってその気にさせてやるかだが。
For some reason, the compatible masterpiece refuses to fight. One approach would take over its mind, but it has put up a solid mental defense. Well, that is why I wanted a vessel that possesses strong magic circuits. It is only logical for something talented to be hardy in the face of poison trying to invade it. Then shall the obedient doll or the outstanding pupil be chosen? If the latter, brainwashing would be out of the question.
一度でよい。わずかな隙間さえ開けば、あとは自ら聖杯を求めるのであろうが。さて。
Right, because that's the whole point. It's just like, what could it be? Creating a small opening is the difficult part. That thing is not so weak as to be broken by coercion. If it could break easily, it would have broken 11 years ago. It has erected quite the fortress to defend itself, but it simply has no blade with which to fight back. If it is to break, it must be from within. Its futile emotion should be the key to transforming it.
来たか。さて、では隙間を作ってやるとするか。
Descending footsteps echo in the darkness. The person walks in toward the center of the decaying insects. The thing asks a predictable question. Do all masters have to be killed? Of course, there is no need to answer. All masters must die. All servants must be seized. That is the ethos written within this basement. Oh no, like, that's the thing. I would never start with 0. I would never start with 0. Like, there is so much that gets spoiled from 0. I would literally leave 0 to last. But that thought is pushed aside.
お前がそういうのであれば仕方あるまい。では今回も傍観に徹しよう。
It utters. It emits a sigh of relief, and the mood softens. After the thing indicates that it has no intention of fighting by gently smiling.
しかしそうなると少しばかり尺だの。今回のよりしろの中では、キャツの娘はなかなかによくできておる。勝者が出るとすれば、おそらくはあやつである。
It murmurs in a disappointed tone. The air feels slack once again. Faint disappointment flickers like an ember in the basement. The thing that has resisted fighting this entire time suddenly shows signs of reconsidering after hearing its single statement. The thing is wavering. A slight crack. The thing does not even notice, but now a slight unintended opening cracks their defenses. It laughs. Swarms of worms are still rotting, and still maintains its human shape as it laughs. Yo. I wish they did more with this. Because this would have been sick. We're going to talk about this in a minute. Because I'm probably going to have to mute this on the VOD, but that's fine. These are from the Vita? I remember these from the movie. Like, at least some of these. I guess that would make sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Heaven's Feel. Already at February 3rd. Time's just going by. Avenger. I really don't need to hear him talk about his old man dying again, but fine. Hmm. Yeah. I was going back to your previous point about not reading the visual novel. Oh, it's happening for the Switch too, huh? I guess that makes sense. Um, Flowchart. Yo, look. Oh my god, Heaven's Field just really dips down here, doesn't it? Just like, nope, we're on a new track. This one drives me nuts. This fucking one in the middle here with Fate. This one makes me fucking sick. I hate like that there's 6 options here. It's the one that pisses me off the most. So I get it, right? Like let's say I'm a new viewer to like any sort of media, right? So the same this is I'm going to say something sacrilegious. But like this is the same thing as like people who want to jump into like say One Piece. If I wanted to watch One Piece now and I looked at the episode list and I saw that there were 1,000 plus episodes, almost 2,000 at this point, I'd lose my shit. How in the fuck am I supposed to retain all that information from day one to now? I'm also that same person that's watched every piece of Dragon Ball media and Bleach media, and that's only like a couple hundred episodes. And I have that all down pat. By proxy, the Fate universe is not that much. And listen, I know that if you're a One Piece fan, like, that is your bread and butter. You are never going to be like turned off by that anime at any point. And I can appreciate that there are those that are really dedicated to the cause. But there is one thing I have to mention that I mention every time I talk about this subject. Yeah, they're doing the Netflix version. But there is something I still have to mention. After all this time, after all these years, after all of these episodes, from an anime that's called One Piece, they still haven't fucking found the One Piece! That's ridiculous! I feel like Detective Conan you could take episodically. Like, you could basically just say, okay, it's one mystery, then the next mystery, then the next mystery. It's like Scooby-Doo. It's basically Scooby-Doo. You could start at any point, and then, like, every episode of Scooby-Doo stands alone. Detective Conan's the same way. You can't do that with One Piece. Necessarily. Again, I don't know anything about Detective Conan. I just know it's a mystery anime show. Hmm. Oh no, the flowchart is insane. I almost got through all the prequel stuff. The only one I'm missing is this one, but like that one was such a generic, like nothing blah answer. I was like, I don't want to do that one. And what I didn't know when I first started this is that I couldn't like deviate from one to the other without going through one first, which I feel like is fine. But at the same time, I feel like it would be fun, like if I could just deviate from the start. But I think that would be a little bit too much for like new players. So I get it. Like learning about Heaven's Feel or Unlimited Blade Works before Fate itself would be a little bit much to take in. But that was what I attempted to do initially, right? Is like I was trying to deviate from Fate. That's why when it gave me the option for like the Tasaka thing, I was like, okay, I don't want to team up with her because maybe it'll deviate to a different one. But anyway, let's get back to it. Winter 5 years ago. We got to get through this shit anyway. We'll get through like maybe one more day, at least for now. It was a beautiful moonlit night. I was just enjoying the sight of with my father, Kiritsugu Emiya. It was winter, but it wasn't very cold. On the veranda, it was just a little chilly, the perfect weather to watch the moon. Kiritsugu didn't go outside much anymore. He rarely went out, and he spent most of his time lounging around the house. Every time I recall this, I still feel regret. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Why didn't I realize that he was acting the way any creature does when they know their time is almost up?
子供の頃、僕は正義の味方に憧れてた。
And like I haven't said your name this entire time only because I wasn't sure how to pronounce it. Is it Inatai Hanyo or is like there a better way to pronounce that? If you have like a nickname or something, I'll try to use that too. If you can tell it to me phonetically, that would help a lot. But there's no. There's no requirement, obviously. I'm going to try and do my best. He blurted out just out of nowhere. My father, who has already seemed like a champion of justice in my eyes, said that he was reflecting on a memory. What, you wanted to? So you gave up on it? I asked, unable to completely hide my disappointment. Kiritsugu smiled apologetically and looked up at the distant moon.
残念ながらね。ヒーローは期間限定で大人になると名乗るのが難しくなるんだ。
I'm half tempted to skip through this.
そんなこと、もっと早くに気がつけばよかった。
I just don't know if there's any deviations. It made sense to me. I wasn't sure why, but Kiritsugu said it. Then it had to be true. Oh, well, that's too bad.
そうだね。本当にしようがない。
Kiritsugu nodded in agreement. So I just kind of blurted something out, as if it were a natural thing to say. Okay, if you can't do it, then I'll do it for you. You can't do anything because you're an adult, but I can. You can leave your dream to me. Because I'll make it a reality. A bold promise made my father smile. His face said everything I needed to know. Kiritsugu made a long, contented sigh and whispered,
安心した。
There he closed his eyes, and so too his life came to a close. He looked so peaceful, like he was just going to wake up in the morning, so I didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because by then I was used to seeing death. On a winter night, the man I called my father looked up at the moon and entered a long sleep. So, the yard was dead silent, not so much as a single chirp from an insect. I still remember how fiercely my eyes blazed on that brilliant dark night. I didn't cry out loud, nor did I feel sad, but tears flowed down my cheeks until the moon sank past the horizon. This happened in the winter 5 years ago. I probably cried 10 years worth of tears in that time, so after that, there was nothing left. Fujine's dad took care of the funeral arrangements, and that's how I ended up living in the Emiya mansion all alone. Kiritsugu's passing didn't change anything for me. I was set on becoming a man who champions justice and does what's right, just like my father, so I didn't have time to sit around. That's right. I never talk about this, but I still remember it. 10 years ago, a man saved me from a fire. He picked up a burned, dying child and carried him out of hell, weeping with joy. I admired him ever since. Nobody else saved me. I couldn't save anyone. In the ruins of the fire, there was only a boy who was saved and the man who saved him. That's why I aspired to be like him. I wanted to become a hero of justice that saves people and doesn't let anyone die. That's who he wanted to be, and he passed his wish on to me before quietly letting the curtain fall. It's only natural for a child to follow in their father's footsteps. Shiro Emiya must become a hero of justice and save someone the same way he was once saved. I swore to myself I would do it. I vowed to fulfill the dream of the man I most admired, but honestly I didn't know how. What did Kiritsugu mean by doing the right thing and championing justice? How can I grow up faster? Is there some magical way to make Kiritsugu's dream of making everyone happy come true? Seriously, what am I supposed to do when I become a master and I can't get the blonde girl with me out of my head? Alright. I wake up in my room. Something tastes terrible. The steely tang of blood clouds my mouth. It pooled in my mouth while I slept, and every time I breathe, heavy metallic air fills my lungs. I'm not sure why I feel this way. A violent urge to vomit makes me want to go wash my face in the restroom. Okay. I lift myself out of bed. Dizziness sets my head spinning. Feeling uneasy on my feet, I plant my hand on the wall. Ugh. I try to move, but it only makes the nausea worse. No, it's more than pain than nausea. My body feels sluggish, and my insides seem to churn whenever I move. I imagine this is about what I'd feel if someone forced hot lead down my throat. Imagining that is making me feel like I'm going to run a fever. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and hobble out of my room, leaning against the wall. Okay, I feel a little better. I wash my face and dry off the sweat-drenched body. Huh? For some reason, my abdomen is wrapped in bandages. I have no idea why, but I'll deal with it later. I'm hungry. Do I have any extra food in the fridge? My stomach feels like it's churning, but my body needs nourishment. Ugh. I suck up the discomfort and keep walking, braced against the wall. The dizziness won't go away, and worst of all, my whole body feels dull. Ow. 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 I keep moving forward, making pathetic noises along the way. What the hell did I do before I went to bed last night? I don't remember training strenuously enough to make my entire body ache. I reached the living room. Sakura and Fujine must be at school. There's no sign of breakfast, nor do I see any remnants of Fujine wrecking the place. The living room's quiet, like a typical Sunday.
おはよう。勝手に上がらせてもらってるわ、エミヤくん。
Or not. Eh? Rin Tosaka is sitting on the floor by the table in the living room. She's so calm, like she owns the place. So much so that I feel like the guest here. I have no idea what to say, so I plop down on a cushion. And then I take a deep breath. Tosaka, why are you...
待った。その前に謝ってくれない？昨夜の一件についての謝罪を聞かないと落ち着けないわ。
I can't even finish asking why she's in my house. Tosaka's glare is all I need to know how angry she is. She seems upset about something that happened last night, but what exactly? Wait. Now I remember. Right, this isn't the time for me to be leisurely breathing in the morning air. I tried to help save her, and Berserker gutted me like a fish. Ugh. The nausea returns. A chill grips my entire body as I remember the feeling of having a gaping hole in my body. Wait, that's weird. I should have died instantly. That's weird. Why am I still here?
思い出した？昨夜自分がどんなバカをしでかしたかって。なら少しは反省しなさい。
Tosaka huffs critically. That kind of ticks me off. My brain, frozen since seeing Tosaka in my living room, finally grinds into action. What are you talking about? I had no choice. Well, sure, it might seem like an idiotic move if you just look at the results, and I definitely meant for it to go better than it did. So I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I return her glare, insisting that I'm not an idiot. Ugh. What? Why is she making such a show of sighing tiredly at me?
マスターが死んだらサーバントは消えるって言ったでしょ？だって言うのにサーバントをかばうなんてどうかしてるわ。いい？あなたが死んでしまえばセイバーだって消えてしまう。セイバーを救いたかったのならもっと安全な場所からできる手段を考えなさい。まったく身を挺してサーバントを守るなんて行為は無駄以外の何者でもないって分かってるの？
I wasn't shielding her, I was just trying to get her out of there. I didn't think that would happen to me. I knew I might die if I got near a monster like that, but that's beside the point.
そう。勘違いしてるみたいね、あなた。
Tosaka only looks more irritated, like she knows exactly what I'm thinking.
あのね、エミヤくん。きっちりと言っておくけど、教会まで連れて行ったのはあなたに勝たせるためじゃないわ。あれはね、何も知らないあなたが一人でも生き残れるようにって考えた結果なの。どうもそのあたりを分かってなかったみたいね。
A chance to survive?
そうよ。負けることがそのまま死につながるって知れば、そう簡単に博打は打たなくなる。エミヤくん、こういう状況でも一人で夜出歩きそうだから。脅しをかけておけば家中の栗を拾うこともなし、うまくいけば最後までやり過ごせるかもって思ったの。
I see. That didn't cross my mind. So that's why she's so unhappy at me for facing down Berserker. But why are you upset? What does me dying have to do with you?
関係あるわよ。この私を一晩も心配させたんだから。
That doesn't follow. Tosaka's practically throwing a tantrum. But okay. It actually feels good to have someone worry about me. From her tone, it sounds like Tosaka was the one who took care of me. Is that so? Guess I owe you one, Tosaka. Thanks. I bow my head in appreciation and apology.
分かればいいのよ。これに懲りたら次はもっと頭のいい行動をしてよね。
I won't. Thanks, though. Tosaka quickly turns away. She might still be edgy, but I feel like she's in a better mood.
じゃあこれで昨日のことはおしまいね。本題に入るけど、真面目な話と昨日の話どっちにする？
Tasaka prompts me matter-of-factly. Her straightforwardness takes me off guard, but now that I discuss about it, she must be here only because she has something to discuss. If she hadn't had something to discuss, she'd have gone home already. Tasaka's my enemy, so what could she have to talk about that would prompt her to stay in enemy territory? I'm curious to know what she's thinking. I also want to know what else happened last night. I have to ask anyway, so let's start with what happened last night.
そうね。まずは状況を知るのが先。なんだ、まともに頭が働くじゃない、あなた。
I feel like this is a forced choice, because I didn't get the option this time. With a smug grin, Tasaka launches into a brief explanation of last night's events. Apparently, Berserker left right after I lost consciousness. Afterwards, my body started to heal on its own, and it was back to normal after a few minutes. I was still unconscious, so Tasaka brought me here, and the rest was as I remember it.
ここで重要なのは、あなたはあなた一人で生き切ったっていう事実よ。確かに私は手助けしたけど、あの傷を完治させたのはあなた自身の力だった。
So I saved myself.
勘違いしないでよね。
That's what it sounds like from the way you told it. So you aren't the one who healed me?
まさか死にかけてる人間を蘇生させるなんて芸当はもう私にはできない。意味や四郎は自分でぶっ飛んだ中身をどうにかしたのよ。
I don't have an answer for that. My stomach is back to normal, yes, but I'm honestly still dubious about what Tasaka said. I can't even use any healing magecraft, much less raise the dead.
そうなると原因はサーバントね。あなたのサーバントはよっぽど強力なのか、それとも召喚の時に何か手違いが生じたのか。まあ両方だと思うけど、何らかのラインがつながったんでしょうね。
Line? You mean some sort of faded line that connects the familiar and its mage?
あら、ちゃんと使い魔の知識はあるじゃない。なら話は早いわ。要するにエミヤ君とセイバーの関係は普通の主人と使い魔の関係じゃないってこと。見たところセイバーには自然治癒の力もあるみたいだから、それがあなたに流れてるんじゃないかな。普通は魔術師の能力が使い魔に付与されるんだけど、あなたの場合は使い魔の特殊能力が主人を助けてるってわけ。
So it's like a river flowing upstream.
うまい例えね。本来ならありえないだろうけど、セイバーの魔力ってのは川の流れを変えるほど膨大なんでしょ。そうでなければあの体格でバーサーカーとまともに打ち合うなんて考えられない。
It wouldn't normally be possible. Does that mean our relationship with Archer is a normal mage and a familiar relationship?
そうよ。人の言うこと全然聞かないやつだけど、一応そういう関係。マスターとサーバントのつながりなんてガソリンとエンジンみたいなものだもの。こっちが魔力を提供して、あっちがそれを食べるだけ。まあ中には肉体面でもサーバントと共有して疑似的な不死を得たマスターもいたそうよ。サーバントが死なない限り自分も死なないなんていうやつなんだけど。エミヤ君、人の話聞いてる
Huh? Yeah, I am. Then Tasaka, does that mean my body will heal from injuries even if I don't do anything about them?
あなたのサーバントの魔力を消費してね。理屈はわからないけど、原因がセイバーの実体化にあることは間違いないわ。あなたが自然治癒の呪いなんて習得しているはずはないから。
Of course not. My old man never taught me something that complicated.
そうじゃなくて、そうだったら私が悩む必要はなかったっていうことよ。いいわ、あなたには関係のない話だから。
Huh? What does she mean? I wonder why Tasaka's being so roundabout.
まあいいわ。とにかくあまり無茶はしないこと。今回は助かったからいいけど、次にあんな傷を負ったらまず助からないはずだから、多少の傷なら治るなんていう甘い考えは捨てた方がいいでしょうね。
I know, Saber had to help me because I went and got myself hurt. I don't have any excuses for that.
バカね、そんな理由じゃないわよ。断言してもいいけど、あなたの傷を治すと減るのはセイバーの魔力だけじゃない。あなたそれ絶対なんか使ってるわ。寿命とか性分とか預金残高とか、ともかく何かが減りまくってるに違いないんだから。
Tasaka huffs once again. And I agree, but Tasaka, I don't think my bank account has anything to do with it.
関係あるわよ。魔術ってのは金食い虫なんだから、使ってればどんどんお金は減っていくものなの。そうでなければ許さないんだから、特に私が。
Tasaka absolutely explodes with fury. It's odd, really. The more I talk to her, the more this Tasaka feels like the real one, while the girl at school feels like an act. Though I guess I already noticed that yesterday.
まあお金の話は置いとくとして、次は真面目な話だけど、いいかしら、エミヤ君。
It's the main reason you're here, isn't it? Let's hear it.
じゃあ率直に聞くけど、エミヤ君、あなたこれからどうするつもり？
Well, first I'm gonna get married. Oh, no. Tasaka asked the one question I hoped she wouldn't. Actually, that's not entirely true. It's not that I don't want her to ask so much as I don't really have an answer myself yet. What am I going to do now? It's a question I want to ask. To be honest, I don't know. I know there's a competition for the Holy Grail, but I've never been in a battle between mages. For one thing, more than anything, I want to avoid any killing. I'm not interested in something like the Holy Grail. I don't really know if I can risk my life for something I don't want.
言うと思った。あなたね、そんなこと言ったらサーバントに殺されるわよ。
Look, kill me, why?
サーバントの目的も聖杯だから。彼らは聖杯を手に入れるという条件だからこそ、マスターの召喚に応じているのよ。サーバントにとって最も重要なのは聖杯なの。彼らは聖杯を手に入れる可能性があるから、マスターに従い、時にマスターのために命を落とす。だっていうのに、聖杯なんていらないよなんて言ってみなさい。裏切り者と切り殺されても文句は言えないでしょ。
What the hell? That doesn't sound right. Servants are the ones who are summoned by masters, right? Then...
サーバントが無償で人間に従うなんて思ってたの？聖杯は手に入れた者の望みを叶える。それはマスターの守護者であるサーバントも例外じゃない。サーバントたちにもね、それぞれ何らかの欲望があるのよ。だからこそ彼らは本来ありえない召喚に応じている。聖杯を手に入れるためにマスターがサーバントを呼び出すじゃない。聖杯が手に入るからサーバントはマスターの呼び出しに応じるのよ。
Servants have wishes too? Does that mean Saber also has a wish that she wants granted by the Holy Grail?
だからサーバントはマスターが命令しなくとも他のマスターを消しにかかる。聖杯を手に入れるのは一人だけ。自分のマスター以外に聖杯が渡るのは彼らだって承知できないのよ。マスターと違ってサーバントには霊樹を奪うなんてことはできない。彼らが他のマスターを無力化するには殺す以外に方法がない。だからね、たとえマスター本人に戦う意志がないとしても戦いは避けられないのよ。サーバントに襲われたマスターは自分のサーバントでこれを撃退する。 それが聖杯戦争なんだって綺麗から嫌っていうほど聞かされたでしょ。
And he told me enough of that last night. But that means that servants must kill and kill each other. Or must fight and kill each other. I thought it would be enough as long as the masters made peace with each other and gave up the Holy Grail, but if servants answered the summons because they also seek the Holy Grail, and will never give up until they have it, then battle between servants really is inevitable. But then, is the girl who fought so hard to protect me also here to fight, kill for, and maybe die, all for the Holy Grail? It's awful. I don't know exactly what a heroic spirit is, but Saber's human. I even saw her bleed yesterday.
あ、その点は安心して。サーバントに生死はないから。サーバントは絶命しても本来の場所に帰るだけだもの。英霊っていうのはもう死んでも死なない現象だからね。戦いに敗れて殺されるのは当事者であるマスターだけよ。
But their pride. No, I mean, even if their deaths are figurative, it doesn't change the fact that something which takes form of a human dies in this world.
何、人殺しだっていうの？魔術師のくせにまだそんな正義感振り回してるわけ？あなた。
Tasaka's right. As a mage, death is never far. I understand that fact, and I've long since resigned myself to it. But I'm not strong enough to be the judge of when and where other people should live or die. Of course I do. I won't be party to some war where people murder each other.
へえ、それじゃあミスミス殺されるのを待つだけなんだ。で、勝ちを他のマスターに譲るのね。
It's not my point. All I have to do is stay alive until the end, right? I don't intend to kill anyone, but I'm also not going to hold back if I need to defend myself. Someone who shows up ready to kill others can't complain about getting killed.
受けに回るんだ。それじゃあ他のマスターが何をしようが傍観するのね。例えば昨日のあいつが暴れ回って町の人間を皆殺しにしても無視するってわけ？
The thing from yesterday. A twisted, inhuman demon. It's strong enough to level a house with a single blow. If it set its mind to it, I'm sure it could destroy all of Miyama overnight. To make matters worse, servants can turn into spirit form. Humans who lack the ability to sense the supernatural can't even see them. But as soon as servants materialize, they can interact with the physical world. You could say they're the ultimate weapons. No modern technology or weaponry can affect the spiritual form. Our attacks don't work on them, but they can hurt us. It's a depressingly one-sided arrangement. From a normal person's point of view, a servant may as well be natural disasters. When people die to an invisible killer, those deaths will be treated as accidents or natural causes. What do you mean? Don't masters and servants only attack other masters? What do people in town have to do with it?
ええ、そうだったらどんなに平和なことか。けど、それなら見届け役の綺麗なんていらないでしょ。
And even then, he's not really paying referee anyway.
一つ言い忘れていたけど、サーバントっていうのは霊なの。彼らはもう完成したものだから、今以上の成長はない。けど、燃料である魔力は別よ。蓄えた魔力が多ければ多いほど、サーバントは生前の特殊能力を自由に行使できるわ。そのあたりは私たち魔術師と一緒なんだけど、あなたこの意味わかる？
Yeah, it's like repeatedly using magecraft. Magical energy is like gunpowder, and the mage is the gun itself. Like how there are different guns, pistols, rifles, shotguns, mages all have a variety of abilities. To continue the metaphor, servants are more like artillery cannons than firearms. They burn a huge amount of gunpowder to launch a massive shells.
そうよ。けどサーバントたちは私たちみたいに自然からマナを提供されてるわけじゃない。基本的に彼らは自分の中だけの魔力で活動する。 それを補充するのが私たちマスターで、サーバントは自分の魔力プラス主であるマスターの魔力分しか生前の力を発揮できないの。
And the only reason we're having this conversation again is because we can't skip it. The reason we can't skip it is because the other two should show up here shortly.
けどそれだとあなたみたいに半人前のマスターじゃ優れたマスターにはかなわないってことになるでしょ。その抜け道っていうか、当たり前って言えば当たり前の方法なんだけれど、サーバントは霊体だから同じものを食べてしまえば栄養は取れるってこと。
Eating something similar. You mean other spiritual bodies? But what kind of spirits would they eat?
簡単でしょ。自然霊は自然そのものから力を汲み取る。なら人間霊であるサーバントは一体何から力を汲み取ると思う？
Oh. It really is an easy question. We just eat meat human spirits like servants have to eat.
ごめんと。まあ魔力の補充なんて聖杯に補助されたマスターからの提供だけで大抵は事足りる。けど一人より大勢の方が大量摂取できるのは当然でしょ。はっきり言ってしまえばね、実力のないマスターはサーバントに人を食わせるのよ。サーバントは人間の原感情や魂を魔力に変換する。自分のサーバントを強くしたいのならそれが一番効率がいい。人間を殺してサーバントへの生贄にするマスターは決して少なくないわ。
Sacrifice. Are you trying to say there might be masters out there who go around killing people to make their servants stronger? If they're not choosy about their methods?
そうね。けど頭のいいやつならそんな無駄なことはしないんじゃないかな。いい？サーバントがいくら強力でも魔力の器そのものには限界がある。能力値以上の貯蔵はできないんだから、殺して回るにしても限度があるわ。それにあからさまに殺人を犯せば教会が黙ってないし、何よりそのシーンからサーバントの能力と正体が他のマスターたちにバレかねない。もちろんマスター自身の正体もね。聖杯戦争は自分の正体を隠していた方が圧倒的に有利だから、普通のマスターならサーバントを出し惜しみするはずよ。
I get it. If you don't let anyone know you're a master, then the other masters won't attack you. Conversely, if the other masters know who you are, you're just asking to be ambushed. It stands to reason that no one would be reckless enough to let their servant attack civilians and risk getting exposed. Well, that's a relief. As long as the master doesn't order it, servants shouldn't indiscriminately attack people.
でしょうね。仮にも英雄だもの。自分から人を殺して回るやつはそもそも英雄だなんて呼ばれないだろうけど、もう断言はできないか。暴虐者だからこそ英雄になった例なんていくらでもあるんだし。
Tasaka just casually raises a true terrifying point. It sounds genuine. She sounds genuine about it rather than sarcastic or ironic. Might be a reflection of her twisted nature.
話を戻しましょうか。で、どうするの？人殺しはしないっていうエミヤ君は他のマスターが何をしようが傍観するんでしたっけ？
I take it back. She's not only twisted, she's a jerk who goes out of her way to drive me into a corner, all with a smile. If it comes to that, I'll go in to stop them. The master won't have much to do as long as their servant has been defeated, right?
はっきれた。自分からマスターは倒さない。けど他のマスターが悪事を働いたら倒すって言うんだ。エミヤ君、自分が矛盾してるって分かってる？
Yeah. I know they're just pretty words, but I can't think of anything else. I'm not changing my principles, no matter what you say.
問題点が一つあるけど言っていいかしら？
I can see the gears turning in her head. She's up to something. But I promised to listen, so I need to hear her out. Yeah?
昨日のマスター覚えてる？エミヤ君と私を簡単に殺せとか言ってた子だけど。
How could I forget? She attacked us on her way home without any warning.
あの子、必ず私たちを殺しに来る。それはエミヤ君にも分かってると思うけど。
Oh, right. That girl's a master, too. She knows that Tasaka and I are both masters, so she's bound to come after us eventually. It could be today or tomorrow, but we've already signed our death warrants. I have no chance of stopping that monster.
あの子のサーバント、バーサーカーは桁違いよ。マスターとして未熟なあなたにあれは撃退できない。自分からは何もしないで身を守るって言うけど、あなたは身を守ることさえできないわ。
Look who's talking. You have no chance against that thing either.
正面からじゃ勝てないでしょうね。白兵戦ならあれは最強のサーバントよ。きっと歴代のサーバントの中でもあれと並ぶやつはいないと思う。私もバーサーカーに襲われたら逃げ延びる手段はないわ。
It goes for me too. I'm pretty sure I won't survive the next round with that thing. My hand moves unconsciously to my stomach. The wound is closed. It's probably not even fair to call this a wound. It's the spot where a gigantic sword nearly killed me instantly. I can't shake off the sudden wave of nausea that wells up in me when I imagine the next time I might get a taste of that blade. Hello there, Slush.
そういうこと。分かった。何もしないままで聖杯戦争の終わりを待つなんて選択肢はないってことが。
Yeah, I know that now. But Tasaka, I'm not sure what your point is. I'm sure you're just not here just to make fun of an inevitable doom, are you?
そこまで悪趣味じゃない。
Doing alright? How are you?
もうここまで言ってるのにわからない？要するに私と手を組まないかって言ってるの。
What now? What? If I take those words at face value, that means... You want to team up with me, Tasaka?
そう。私のアーチャーは致命傷を受けて目下治療中。完全に回復するまで時間がかかるけど、それでも半人前ぐらいの活躍はできるはずよ。で、そっちはサーバントは申し分ないけど、マスターが足引っ張ってやっぱり半人前。ほら、合わせればちょうどいいわ。
Hey, I'm not that bad of a mage.
私が知る限りでもう3回も死にそうになったのに、1日で3回も殺されかける人間なんて初めて見たけど。
You're okay now? Well, that's good. Something happened? Yeah, but...
同盟の対価ぐらいは払うわ。アーチャーを倒されたことはチャラにしてあげて、マスターとしての知識も教えてあげる。ああ、あと暇があればエミヤ君の魔術の腕を見てあげてもいいけど。どう？
Ugh. It is an attractive proposition. I know next to nothing, and Tasaka does seem knowledgeable. And I'd like to avoid fighting her if I can.
エミヤ君、答え聞かせてほしいんだけど。
Ah, I see. That's been happening a lot to people lately. I hope you're not sick. She urges me to make a choice. This isn't something I should be agonizing over. I'm an amateur while Tasaka's a first-rate mage and master. Given what happened last night, teaming up with her is clearly the wiser choice. My hand goes where I was slashed across the abdomen. It's been secured with bandages, but even the slightest touch sends waves of pain and nausea through me. Makes sense. I wasn't just eviscerated, my body was almost cut in half. I'm only alive thanks to Tasaka and Saber. As long as Berserker is after me, I'm as sure as dead the next time we meet. Something still bothers me, though. about the slate-skinned giant berserker. That pale little girl commands the strongest servant, Ilyasville von Einsburn. I'm pretty sure I heard Shinji's grandpa say that name.
エミヤ君、返事聞きたいんだけど。
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was thinking about that Ilya girl. If I team up with you, that means we'll fight her.
ええ、あっちがその気なんだから答えるまでよ。どのみちマスターは全員倒すべき相手だもの。イリアスフィールがその気なら、こっちだって殺す気でやる。
Tasaka's determination is firm. To her, that little girl is simply an enemy to be defeated. But I don't want to fight her, even though I know that makes me sound like an idiot.
エミヤ君、まさかとは思うけど、イリアスフィールの外見に騙されてるんじゃないでしょうね。
Tasaka fixes me with a glare. She sure is sharp. It's not like I'm doing it on purpose, but maybe what she looks like is getting to me. She's Berserker's master. She needs to be a next level mage to command such a strong servant. That means her apparent physical age might be misleading. It might be, and yet... Sorry, Tasaka. I appreciate your concern, but I can't give you an answer you want. As heavy as this whole thing is, I don't think I should jump to a decision here. I either glare and dig my proverbial heels in. Tasaka slightly narrows her eyes, then gives it a motionless nod.
それじゃあ交渉は決裂ね。まあ、確かにエミヤ君の言い分も正しいわ。本当に勝つ気があるなら誰も信用できないもの。
I forgot that he just completely denies the team up in this one. I thought they were on a team. But maybe that's just me misremembering. As in true, I trust you, Tasaka. I just don't think I can make a decision on my own. If I'm Saber's master, then I shouldn't make commitments without looping her in.
なるほど。確かにそうね。あなたはもうれっきとしたマスターなんだから。
Tasaka nods again in acceptance and quickly turns away. Her long hair sways as she walks away. With that, the girl who might have been my ally turns back.
それじゃあね。次に出会ったら敵同士だから。
And leaves me with a cold warning, just like Ilya did. Oh my god, you subscribed. Appreciate very much, Valentine. I appreciate, yes. Also, I'm mispronouncing that. Please do correct me, but I appreciate the sub. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ooh. All right, then. I take a breath and consider our situation. Ever since last night, when I witnessed Lancer and Archer fighting at the school, I haven't had time to collect my thoughts. Oh, right, that means I saw Tasaka back there. The realization comes way too late. After that, Lancer stabbed me through the chest. Something or someone saved me when I went home. Only to get attacked by Lancer again. And that's when Saber saved me and I became a master. Everything I heard at the church. About the deathmatch they call the Holy Grail War. About a Holy Grail said to grant the victor any wish. It all sounds fantastical and still not quite real. But I've already been attacked 3 times. I can't stay bewildered forever. My entire purpose here was that I can't allow this battle to run amok. I won't let innocent people get hurt. Ever since that day 10 years ago, I've been training in magecraft so I can be a champion of justice. I never expected that I'd be tested in this way, but there's no going back. It's time to cast aside my doubts. This could also be an opportunity for me as well. It's a chance for me to fight for someone else's sake, just like I've always wanted, just like Kiritsugu Emiya did. But there's one thing still bothering me. Why is that text black? Holy shit. Your absurd, forbidden desire. It made me wonder if doing the right thing is actually a twisted way to live. It can't be true. I never wanted this Holy Grail War to happen. There's no room for doubt. The oath I swore 10 years ago, that I trained every day to uphold can't be wrong. Shiro Emiya always does the right thing. He trained in magecraft to prevent other people from dying needless deaths. Alright, I should talk to Saber first. I push aside the priest's words lingering in the back of my mind and head into the hallway. I walk around the house. I checked all the guest rooms where people are likely to be, but Saber's nowhere to be found. That's weird. The way she's dressed, I was sure I'd spot her right away. But sure enough, Saber's armored form is nowhere to be seen. Apparently, servants can turn into a visible ghost, but alas, I never learned how to do that trick. To begin with, I call myself a master, but I still don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about Saber. Not who she is or how servants can even exist. All I know is, no matter how incredible she is, she can get hurt in a fight and bleed if I cut her. Oh, Saber is still in the silent dojo. She looks different than she did yesterday. Sitting on her knees atop a wooden floor, she is not wearing her armor. She changed into rather elegant clothes that really suit her. Now she sits and waits. Words fail me at the sight. Saber looks beautiful. She strikes a refined, dignified figure as she sits there, eyes closed. Matching the stillness of the dojo, she reminds me of clear, pure water. And that rids me of any further doubt in my mind. Servant or whatever it is, she seems sacrosanct. So, from now on, I'm sure I won't go down the wrong path. Saber! I call to her. Saber calmly opens her eyes and slowly meets my gaze. Her voice is serene. Something rich and calm about her voice hangs in the air. Yeah, I just woke up. What are you doing here? Saber gives a straightforward response as she scrutinizes me. This is, making me nervous in a different way than Tasaka did. No, I'm totally fine. It's something else, really. It's nothing. I quickly step back and shake my head. Looking away from Saber, who tilts her head at me quizzically, I try to calm my rapid heartbeat. Get a hold of yourself. Why are you getting worked up like this? I take a deep breath. But I don't think this feeling is going away anytime soon. Man, why did she have to change? I can't help myself. With Saber in that outfit, I can't help but actually think she's real now. Seriously, she's drop dead gorgeous. I mean, I saw that yesterday, but it's actually setting in now. As soon as we make eye contact, I can feel my nervousness grow. Then again, I wasn't looking everywhere for her to just stay silent. It's uncomfortable, but I can't let it be awkward forever. All right. May I, Saber? This is the first time for us to sit down and actually figure things out, but I bite the bullet. But then... Saber interrupts me, her serenity replaced by irritation. That's fine, but what is it? Saber doesn't mince words. Her clipped tone is enough to make me forget my anxiety. What the hell? If I hadn't intervened, you'd been cut in half.
繰り返しますが、今後あのような行動はしないように。マスターであるあなたが私をかばう必要はありませんし、そんな理由もないでしょう。
She says it dispassionately, like it's just business. What? Don't be stupid. I don't need a reason to protect a girl. I snap back out of reflex. Saber stiffens as if surprised to see me upset at her. Then her looks becomes one of indescribable dignity. I find myself taking a step back under her severe expression. Now I just feel embarrassed, like I've said something incredibly tone-deaf. Anyway, thanks for taking me home. I appreciate that. I turn around and thank her. It's embarrassing enough to thank her like this, but in a situation it feels even more awkward. Even so, it's only right to thank the person who saved my life.
それはどうも。サーバントがマスターを守護するのは当たり前ですが、感謝をされるのは嬉しい。シローは礼儀正しいのですね。
I don't think I'm particularly polite, actually. There's something more pressing that I need to bring up. Something I should have asked as soon as I got home yesterday. Is she willing to be my servant, and is she really all right with fighting with me in this war? Let's get back on topic, Saber. Can I call you Saber, right?
はい。サーバントとして契約を交わした以上、私はシローの剣です。その命に従い、敵を撃ち、あなたを守る。
Saber does not hesitate in the slightest to give her answer. Her tone leaves no room for doubt. You are my sword, huh? To win the Holy Grail thing?
シローはそのために私を呼び出したのではないのですか?
No, actually, it was just a coincidence. You may have figured this out, but I'm not a full-fledged mage. I'm sorry, but I have no real knowledge or power as a master. But now that I've decided to, I'll fight. I'm inexperienced as a master, but are you okay with that?
もちろん。私のマスターはあなたです、シロー。これはどうあっても変わらない。サーバントにマスターを選ぶ自由はないのですから。
I didn't know that. If it's true, I'll need to respect Saber's needs and actions as best I can. Got it. So you're fine with me being your master, Saber?
ええ。ですがシロー。私のマスターに敗北は許さない。あなたに賞賛がなければ私が作る。可能であるすべての手段を用いて、あなたには聖杯を手に入れてもらいます。私たちサーバントは無償であなたたちマスターに仕えるのではない。私たちも聖杯を欲するがゆえにあなたたちに仕えるのです。
Huh? Hold on. You mean you want the Holy Grail too?
当然でしょう。もとより霊体である聖杯に触れられるのは同じ霊格を持つサーバントだけです。聖杯戦争に勝利したマスターはサーバントを介して聖杯を手に入れる。その後サーバントは見返りとして望みを叶える。それがサーバントとマスターの関係です、シロ。
Oh. Come to think it, there's no reason these absurdly strong heroic spirits would listen to humans normally. They have their own reasons for serving masters, which means Saber has a wish she wants granted. That's why she does not hesitate. But that is... Hold on, Saber. You said any means possible, right? Does that mean you... I'm reminded of what the priest said. He said that people who have nothing to do with their masters could be drawn into conflict, and tragedy of 10 years ago could be repeated.
シロ、それは可能である手段ではありません。私は私が許す行為しかできない。自分を裏切ることは私には不可能です。剣を持たぬ人間に傷を負わせることなど騎士の誓いに反します。ですがマスターが命じるのであれば従うしかありません。その場合、私に踏み入る代償としてその刻印を一ついただくことになりますが。
I get overwhelmed by the edge of her voice. At the same time, I feel a relief flooding through me. Saber seems like a robot because of her extraordinary power and lack of hesitation. But I know now she's not some cold-blooded killer. Yeah, I wouldn't make you do anything like that. Just as you say, we have to do our best with what we can do. I'm really sorry. What I said must have been insulting.
いえ、私もマスターの意図がつかめずに早合点してしまいました。シローは悪くないのですから顔を上げてくれませんか。
Huh? Oh, I bowed without realizing it. I raised my head. I don't know what's so funny, but Saber has a small smile on her face. I'm glad she seems happy, so I don't press her. Okay then, can I ask one more thing? You said masters are mages who summon servants, right? I get that, but I still don't quite understand your side of things. I do know that like Saber and Lancer aren't your real names though.
ええ、私たちの呼び名は役割ごとにつけられた呼称に過ぎません。そうですね。この際ですから大まかに説明してしまいましょう。私たちサーバントは英霊です。それぞれが自分の生きた時代で名を馳せたか、あるいは人の身に余る偉業を成し遂げた者たち。どのような手段であれ、一個人の力だけで神域まで上り詰めた存在です。
Not much is obvious. Heroic spirits have supernatural abilities while they were alive, and were celebrated after their deaths and promoted to higher spiritual rank than the ghosts or such.
ですが、それは同時に短所でもあります。私たちは英霊であるがゆえにその弱点を記録に残している。名を明かす。敵が界の精霊ならば問題になりませんが、私たちは
I'm basically going to skip through this until something changes. Like I was trying to let it go through just to see if there's anything different, but this is all the same.
聖杯に招かれたサーバントは7人いますが、そうです。
She's going to explain the classes. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker.
バーサーカー。そうして、はい。もっとも、私は魔術師ではありませんか、シロー。例えばの話ですが、敵が自身より白兵戦で優れている場合、そういうこと、アサシンのサーバー、単純な戦力差だけで楽観はできません。加えて、私たちには宝具がある。宝具とは、ランサーのそれが宝具。サーバントたちの切り札であり、私たちが最も警戒すべきものです。ええ。例えばランサーの槍です。彼の槍は、それ自体、宝具とは魔術の発現に栄唱が必要なように、宝具の発動にも栄唱。ですが、これにも危険はあります。宝具の神名を口にすれば、そのサーバントの正体が分かってしまう。
Hey, listen, if you got money to spend, go for it. Wait. How do you have a sub? Did somebody gift you a sub? Did I gift you a sub? I'm very confused.
そうですね。ですが、あれはまだ正体を明かしていません。シロ、ですが、優れた魔術師ならば、シロの、本当にそんなにあっさりと
I appreciate it. Thank you. I guess it just didn't notify me or something? Or, like, how long ago did you do that?
いいえ、残念ながら、ただ、シローもバーサーカーの気配は感じ取れたでしょう。では、マスターの気配をたどるのはどうですか。マスターとで魔術師です。魔術を生りとする以上、魔力はシロー。 少し目を閉じてもらえますか。
Well, I appreciate it all the same, Apple. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. I figured you'd use it for like a game or something, though. But for me?
あなたがマスターだと証明するためです。いいですから目を閉じて。マスター、黙って私の指先に意識を集中してください。
Her skill sheet.
あなたも魔術師ならそれでこちらの魔力を感じ取れる。なんだではありません。どのような形で把握したのか、つまりこれはマスターとしての基本ですから、今後は頻繁に確かめてください。私と同様、マスター、簡略しましたが、すまなかったでは。状況が分かったの
Can
な
we
ら
skip the
これから
fucking
どうするのか
explanation? We don't
決め
need
る
to
べき
go
で
through it
はない
every time. Get to the fucking point.
バーサーカーのマスターがどうかしたのですか、シローは。知っています。逆に問いますが、シローはその名に覚えがないのですか。
So it has nothing to do with us asking me if the daughter of the Einsbergs was doing well. Okay, good. Alright, so this is new.
そうですか。では、シローは何も聞かされていないのですね。
Ah, there it is. Appreciate it. Thank you for subscribe.
これも何かの因縁でしょう。アインツベルンを知りたいのなら、もう一度教会に赴くべきです。あの神父なら、シローの疑問にもこれから取るべき道にも示唆を与えてくれるはずですから。
This is new. The church? You mean the same one from yesterday? But I'm not supposed to go there anymore. The priest said only to come back if I'm going to forfeit being a master.
それは方便に過ぎません。あの神父が敷いているルールは、魔術師同士の戦いを律するために作られたあちら側の建前です。シローが魔術協会に属しているのなら従う価値もありますが、
Just break the
所属
rules.
していないのならば何の価値もありません。
She's right. Tasaka's part of the association, but the Emiya family are a bunch of outlaws that have nothing to do with them. I won't get anything out of following the association's laws, so I can just ignore them like my old man did.
わかりましたか。シローにとってあの教会は最終的な避難場所に過ぎない。彼らの規則に従う義務はないのです。
Although that does sound like a bad plan if they are going to protect me later, just in case. I suppose you're right, but I still want to avoid it if I can. I have a feeling that I shouldn't see that priest any more than I have to. Kirei Kodamine. I have a hunch that something's wrong with him. It isn't a feeling of hostility like I can't trust him or that he's a threat. I shouldn't be around him. I'm afraid that the more I'm around him, the more of myself that I've built up over time will crumble away.
シローの気持ちはわかる。私とて同感です。できることならあの神父には関わりたくない。
Saber concurs with a dignified look. That's a surprise. I never expected Saber, a heroic spirit, to feel awkward over associating with mere humans after all. Leaving me aside, why do you feel that way? You haven't even met him. Saber hesitates. After a frown of indecision, she raises her head as if her doubts have been dispelled.
彼は前回の聖杯戦争に参加した人物です。
Uh-huh.
どのサーバントのマスターだったかは分かりませんが、キリツグはあの神父を最後まで重視していた。
Huh? I know that. I know that already, but Saber, did you just... Saber? How do you know my old man's name?
私がキリツグのサーバントだったと言ったのです。前回の聖杯戦争の折、エミやキリツグはマスターの一人でした。私は彼と協力して聖杯戦争に挑み、最後まで勝ち残りました。その中でエミやキリツグはあの神父を最大の敵として捉えていました。私たちを破る者がいるとすれば、それはあの男以外ないと。
Wait, but that means Kiritsugu was a master in the last war who fought alongside Saber and one of the people who caused that hell to happen? No way, how could it be? Why didn't Kotomine say anything? Why didn't the old man tell me?
それは私の知るところではありません。キリツグが何を考えていたかなど、私には最後までわからなかった。ですが、あの神父が黙っていたというのなら、それはシローが聞かなかったからでしょう。あの男は問われれば答える人間です。シロー自身が問うのならば、必ず真実を語ります。
Saber watches me silently. Her green eyes state my obligation as a master. If you want to know the truth about Kiritsugu Emiya, then I should willingly go to the church. I walk to the church. Saber's wearing the same outfit again, guarding me. My gaze is fixed on the church. I came here at Saber's suggestion, but maybe I'm still not mentally ready. As I push on the door, I don't feel particularly motivated to ask the priest about what happened 10 years ago.
Master.
I turn to look at the girl behind me.
私はここで待機します。神父にはあなた一人で向き合ってください。
How do you figure? I know, I'm not leaving. Not after I came all this way.
神父には私が召喚されたことは非してください。同じ英霊が2度召喚されたというのは話すべきことではありませんから。
Yeah, I'll just ask Kiritsugu. I'll be back, and so hang in there.
はい。シローも注意を。危険が迫った時はすぐに私を呼んでください。あの神父はどこか不吉だ。少しでも気を抜けばあなたの身に何が起こるかわからない。
Can't argue with that. I'll run and call you if anything happens. I ascend the steps. Saber remains alone under the cold winter sky as I enter the church. The priest is nowhere to be seen in the chapel. Instead, there's someone sitting in the pews. From behind, I can see blonde hair. It must be the foreigner here to worship. Excuse me, is Father Kotomine here? I try asking anyway. The figure lazily stands. Just from a glance, I can tell that his movements are firm and strong. He walks my way. There's nothing strange about how he moves, yet there's something I can't put my finger on. The man approaches me nonchalantly. But then, why do I feel like I'm about to fight for my life? The man raises his hand. As I freeze stiff, he slowly reaches for my back. But his hand stops midair.
ほう、良くないものに見入られているな、お前。
The man moves to leave. I can't say he's wrong. It'd be strange to say otherwise when I was in fear for my life simply because someone walked up to me.
そこで待っていろ。琴峰に用があるのだろう。
The man disappears behind the altar. After waiting a few minutes,
驚いたな。まさか半日足らずでリタイアかね。エミヤシロ。
Father Konomine appears and greets me in his usual unpleasant tone. I don't intend to. I was here to ask you a question. Like I'd come just for the reasons you gave.
それは結構。私も暇ではないのでね。簡単に懐かれても困る。
Konomine approaches, his hard footsteps echoing. It's like there's an invisible pressure emanating from him. He gives off a severe air that makes me feel conscious of my flaws just by standing near him. Maybe it's a helpful trait of someone in his position, though at the same time, isn't that counterproductive for a priest?
どうした？質問があるのなら口にしろ。挨拶などする中でもあるまい。
That's right. I don't need to be friends with this man. I'm only here to verify what Saber told me. Once I do that, I can get out of here and say good riddance. Just one question. Why didn't you tell me?
さて、黙っていたとは何のことだ。
About my old man. Why didn't you say that Kiritsugu Emiya was a master in the last Holy Grail War? The priest doesn't show a hint of shame. In fact, he looks like he's enjoying hearing me say Kiritsugu's name. Answer me. If you're the overseer of this war, then you ought to know. Why didn't you tell me?
何故も何もなかろう。お前の父が前回のマスターであったことが、お前にとって何の益になる。エミヤ・キリツグの功績はエミヤ・シローには無関係だ。
What he says makes sense. Even if the old man was an excellent master, it wouldn't do me any good to know it. But, no, it is my business. Did I become a master because I'm Kiritsugu's son? Kiritsugu raised me as his son and trained me in magecraft as his apprentice. I became a master just like him and made a contract with Saber, the exact same heroic spirit. He really shouldn't have said that. Anyone would draw the obvious connection. You said it's a coincidence that I became a master. But if you had told me about Kiritsugu, then I would willingly fight in the war, just like you want. Why didn't you mention it?
それこそ私の知り得ることではない。遺伝によるマスターの継承など知らぬし、そもそもお前はキリツグの息子ではあるまい。何の用意もなく、何の覚悟もなかった人間がマスターに選ばれることは稀なのだ。本来いかに魔術師であろうと、聖杯を知らぬ者に霊樹は宿らん。その例外であるお前が選ばれた理由など、私の知るところではない。
Again, this is also fair. Because they do have to do ritual rites to make this happen. Then it has nothing to do with my father. You're saying it's a coincidence that I became a master and that he saved me back then out of sheer goodwill because he wanted to save a dying child?
私が知る限りではな。だが聖杯の思惑となると、私には計り知れん。エミヤシローがマスターに選ばれたことは偶然と切り捨てたいところだが、聖杯を否定したエミヤ・キリツグの息子に贖罪を求めているのやもしれん。
What? My old man rejected the Grail?
そうだ。お前の父は聖杯を手に入れるためだけにこの町を訪れた男だ。あの男の目的は聖杯だけだった。その純粋な願いに聖杯は応え、あの男にならば自らを渡してもよいと思ったのかもしれん。だが、エミヤ・キリツグは聖杯を裏切った。奴は最後の最後で聖杯を破壊した。聖杯戦争そのものを終わらせるために、奴に期待を寄せた聖杯と、その祝願を裏切ったのだ。
He destroyed it? If that's true, then the Holy Grail certainly wouldn't approve. But it was the right thing to do. A Holy Grail can grant any wish. Mages fighting over it to acquire that power. If you think about it, the Grail is the cause of all the fighting. The old man didn't betray anything by destroying it. Kiritsugu ended the war by staying true to himself and doing the right thing, by being a champion of justice I always looked up to. That isn't treachery. I bet Kiritsugu destroyed the Holy Grail because he realized he didn't need it. He didn't betray anything.
そうだな。お前はそれ以前のキリツグを知らないのだったな。いいだろう。無駄な話だが、エミヤ・キリツグの正体を教えてやる。
Alright, go on. The priest's lips curl. It's a repulsive smile, as if he's savoring the moment.
エミヤ・キリツグ。あの男は聖杯戦争とは無関係な位置に立つ魔術師だった。奴は斧が欲望、斧が目的のために生き、その結論として聖杯を求めた。 自身の力ではかなわない奇跡、人間の力では実現できない理想、本来諦めざるを得ない、そんな子供じみた夢を捨てきれなかったがゆえに、あの男は願望期である聖杯に望みをかけたのだろう。奴がどこでこの土地の聖杯戦争を聞きつけたかは知らない。あるいは奴ではない外部の者が奴の適応性に目をつけたのかもしれん。そのあたりはどうでもいい話だ。結論としてエミヤ・キリツグはマスターとして雇われた。アインツ・ベルム、聖杯戦争の原因ともいえる魔術師の血族に最高のマスターとして迎えられたのだ。過去3度にわたる戦いの末、アインツベルンは戦闘能力に特化したマスターを求めた。実際アインツベルンの魔術は戦闘向きではない。彼らは戦いには不向きな一族だ。それゆえに殺し合いに長け、魔術協会に属さなかったキリツグに望みを託した。異端であるキリツグに聖杯の知識を与え、マスターとしての力を与え、アインツベルンの血と交わることでより戦闘向きの後継者を生み出しもした。聖杯を手に入れた暁にはエミやキリツグは正式にアインツベルンの人間として迎えられたはずだ。どこの出ともわからない馬の骨を貴族に迎え入れるようなものでな。アインツベルンにおけるキリツグの扱いは破格であり、それゆえにどれほどキリツグを信頼していたかは容易に想像できる。そうしてエミやキリツグは期待に応えた。前回の聖杯戦争においてキリツグは多くのマスターを倒した。奴と戦い一命を取り留めた者は私一人だ。
Thus the animosity, I feel.
殺された。奴は的確であり周到であり蛮勇であり無情だった。敵にかける情けなどない。殺すと決めればただ殺した。サーバントをほふり助けを請うマスターを這わせ、逃げようとする頭蓋に銃口を当てて引き金を引いた。一言で言ってしまえば、あれは機械だ。元から感情がないのだ。ならば喜怒哀楽が入り込む余地などなかろう。
What? He was a machine.
そうだ、奴は殺したぞ。お前のように無関係な人間を巻き込まないなどという考えもなかった。相手の弱みを徹底的に叩き、反撃の余地など与えなかった。敵の肉親を盾にし、敵の友人を足かせにして速やかに勝ち残っていった。そうだな。もし今回の戦いにキリツグがいるのなら、お前が最も嫌悪するマスターになっただろう。非情だということが悪になるのなら、前回の戦いで最も分かりやすい役はあの男を置いて他にはなかったのだから。どうした？納得がいかないか？分かっている。無論エミやキリツグは機械などではない。奴は目的のために市場を切り捨てただけだ。それが魔術による自己暗示ではなく、あくまで自分の意志だけだったというところが奴の強さでもあり弱さでもあった。冷徹であるという異なる人格さえ用意すればたやすいものを、そんな人間では聖杯に届かない、届く価値がないと信じたのだろう。だがそこまでして結局その弱さが奴に全てを裏切らせた。キリツグに一族の祝願をかけたアインツベルン。5人ものマスターが倒され、所有者の前に現れた聖杯。エミやキリツグ自身が望んでいた 人の手では絶対に叶わない願い、その全てを奴は土壇場で切り捨てた。それが前回の戦いの結末。お前が父と記憶している一人の魔術師の正体だ。そうして聖杯は消え、聖杯戦争は幕を閉じた。キリツグに裏切られたアインツベルンは撤退し、次の聖杯の用意に10年を費やした。今にして思えばアインツベルンは今回の聖杯戦争を予期していたのだろうな。前回の戦いは結果が出ないうちに終わった戦いだ。使われきれなかった魔力は次の戦いに持ち越される。仕切り直しは驚くほど早いと分かっていたのだろう。
To be honest, Kotomina's words don't feel quite real. Kiritsugu, the ruthless master. The Einsburns, a great family of mages with a deep connection to him. How can I accept all of that? But the one thing I do know for certain is, Kotomine, did you hate Kiritsugu? For someone who doesn't seem to care about anything, he seems angry whenever he talks about Kiritsugu.
当然だ。奴と私は両極に位置していた。私とあの男は生まれついての旧敵だ。マキリやアインツベルンには同類として移ったらしいが、私たちは共に互いを天敵だと認識していた。
Natural enemies. So you were just as cautious of him as he was of you.
警戒ではない。互いに無視しても無視しきれぬ存在だっただけの話だ。あれはな、どしがたいほどの聖人だった。人死にを許さぬくせに、人を助けるために自らの手で人を殺す。党の命を生かすために一の犠牲が必要とされるなら、速やかに自らの手で事を成した。皆が笑えるのならいいという心中の理想郷を体現するために、最低限の生贄を常に用意した。その矛盾、破綻した理想は私と同じくするものであり、だが致命的に同胞ではなかったのだ。奴は自らの理想に生きた。その理想は私の知り得る限り、聖杯を破壊するまで守られたはずだ。だからこそ自身に誇りを持ち、疑う余地なく冷徹な機械であり続けられたのだろう。それが私と奴の類似であり相違だ。いかなる葛藤にも動じなかった鉄の意志。それゆえに奴は一つも傷を負わず、そしてあれには初めから傷しかなかった。奴は作為的な人でなしであり、私は作為的な聖職者だった。
He was deeply wounded from the beginning, meaning that his fundamental beliefs were already flawed. And you're different. He was someone who avoided getting hurt, while you say you were hurt as you took a path embracing humanity. Being a priest made you different from Kiritsugu?
さて、そうであればエミやキリツグと同類などと思われまい。連中が私とエミやキリツグを同視したのは別のところだ。そうだな。人間的に似ているというのなら、お前こそキリツグに似た部分がある。幼いままの願望を持つ者、綺麗事を信じ、そのために汚れ役を引き受ける者、自らを強大な悪として有象無象の小さな悪を打ち消す者。
See, that's the trick. So, this is a rough one. because you can't eradicate evil without dirtying your hands, right? Like, that's part of the process. It's like, if you're trying to get rid of an evil, you need to be somewhat evil yourself in order to take care of the issue. There are plenty of those people that are like, oh, well, you can just talk it out or figure something else out. But, like, if a problem needs to be resolved in, like, a minute's notice, like, there's only one solution at that moment. And in a critical juncture, you don't have time to waste by letting them do whatever they want. And it might even cost you your own life if you let them do that. So I understand, like, dirtying your hands to take care of an issue now versus holding off and trying to hope for the best. So, I get the ideology, and I understand it.
お前やキリツグは繁栄優と呼ばれる救い手のあり方だ。
What's an anti-hero?
字のごとしだが、英雄の反対、どしがたい殺人者という意味だ。
The fact that Emiya wouldn't know what an anti-hero is nuts, but that's fine. That just makes it sound like bad guys. Are you making fun of me?
なんと誤解があるようだが、私はお前を歓迎しているぞ。何しろキリツグの息子だ。旧敵の息子に頼りにされてみろ。喜ぶべきか悲しむべきか、複雑すぎて心が定まらん。
The priest chuckles to himself. I don't know what he's really after, but he sure doesn't look bored.
さて、繁栄優の話だったな。言ってしまえば、存在そのものが悪とされるもの。そうでありながら、その悪行が全体にとって善行となるもの。本人の意志とは裏腹に、周囲の人間が救い手と祭り上げたもの。そういったものが繁栄優と呼ばれる英霊だ。端的に言えば、人柱や生贄がこれに当たる。たとえ極悪人であろうと、その人間を生贄にすることで村人全員が助かるのなら、それは間違いなく英雄だろう。英雄と称される生贄が食い殺されようと、地中に埋められようと知ったことではない。貧乏くじを引かされた者、一方的に押し付けられた汚れ役が人々を救う偉業を成し遂げたのなら、それは罪人ではなく英雄に昇華されるのだ。
The soldier philosophy. Like a soldier getting promoted after dying in battle?
大きく違う。大事なのは祭り上げる側の意識だ。敬意や感謝、罪悪感から生まれるのは真っ当な英雄だろう。そんな感謝の心、罪悪感などで祭り上げられては繁栄優になどなれん。まあ、自らの醜ささえ忘れ、喜劇を悲劇にすり替えるのが人間だ。悪として葬られた英雄も、時が経てば被害者として扱われ、純粋悪ではなくなって。
Because their story gets warped and where they could actually have been seen as a positive influence versus a negative one. They stop being pure evil.
そうだ。繁栄優は被害者でありながら、究極的な加害者でなくてはならない。人が生み出したものでありながら、決して人の手が混ざらず成長するもの。その矛盾こそが、あらゆる抑止の圧力を免除される世界の敵である。もっとも、純粋な繁栄優などそうはいない。あれは存在しないものだ。そういうものがいてくれたらいいという人間の願望に過ぎない。それは現在を否定するための生贄、人間の生み出した一つの理想。平穏と同義とされる
叶うことのない願いの一つが繁栄優と呼ばれるものと覚えておけばいい。要するに叶うことのない綺麗事だ。お前もキリツグも正義の味方を目指しているのだろう。ならば立派な繁栄優ということだ。どうだ、聖杯を手に入れた時の望みは一層英雄になるというのは。
Just what are you getting at? A hero isn't the same as someone who just does what's right. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm not going to fall for your tricks.
ほう、違うとはどのあたりが違うのだ。
Mm-hmm. I don't know, but I know they're different. Plus, a hero isn't something you can try to be, but someone you become after everything's over. All the Holy Grail can do is give you power beyond your means, right?
なるほどな。血はつながっておらずとも親子は親子か。キリツグといいお前といい筋金が入っている。
The priest lets out an unctuous chuckle, as if he's mocking me. Ugh, this guy hates Kiritsugu. But something's been bugging me this whole time. He said a lot of stuff about Kiritsugu, but none of it belittled him. Hey, did you actually like the old man? Before I knew it, I'd already put my thoughts into words.
ほう、なぜそう思う。
Nothing. Just felt that way to me.
では間違いだな。私はエミやキリツグを嫌っているし、そもそも話したこともない。奴とは一度殺し合っただけだ。言っただろう。私たちは両極だと。奴の願いと私の願いはそれこそ種別が違う。持たざる者の疑問など元より持ち得る者の中にはあるまい。
The priest's eyes declare that they are absolutely fundamentally incompatible. What did Kiritsugu have that you didn't?
そうだ。私はエミやキリツグのように信じる者のために意志を変えるなどということはできなかった。まあ目的は違うのだから比べるべくもないのだが。
Willing oneself to change for a belief. Is he talking about how he mentioned abandoning one person to save 10?
わからずともいい。ただエミやキリツグの願いは平和だった。実にシンプルだろう。シンプルすぎるがゆえに複雑な世の中ではパーツが余ってしまう。その完璧な形に入りきれない犠牲は無視するしかない。奴はそれが許容できなかった。 完璧な形を求めながらこぼれ落ちる余分を救いたがったのだ。だがそれは人の手に余る奇跡だ。争いのない世界はここには存在しない。奴はそれを否定するために聖杯を求めた。理想を探し求め手に入らないと結論を突きつけられた奴にはもう聖杯以外に道はなかった。 自らの理想に追い詰められた者の末路だ。エミやキリツグという男の夢は聖杯というありえないものでしか叶わない叶うはずのない魔法だった。
A world without conflict. Did Kiritsugu seriously believe in that? He worked to be stronger for the sake of that goal, finding himself at odds with the disconnect between his ideals and reality, yet still clung unto hope, until he arrived at the Holy Grail to make a miracle happen. But then the man must have known countless setbacks and endless frustration. To begin with, someone can only seek the Holy Grail because they have a wish that they can't make come true on their own. he would have been worn down into a person far removed from his own ideals. Despite all that, he still wanted the Grail? All because he kept dreaming the same dream. An ideal he couldn't realize on his own, that he'd already sacrificed so many people for. But in the end, he destroyed the Holy Grail, probably because it couldn't grant his wish.
そうだ。奴自身が最後に自分自身を裏切ったのだ。奴に憤怒を覚えたといえば、まさしくあの瞬間だったろう。正直に言えばな、私はそれでも良いと思ったのだ。一人の人間が望んだ平穏とはどのような形になるのか興味深くはあったからな。
And you don't want that. You're still a priest. Priest nods in agreement, affirming that a world without conflict or suffering is something that all people want.
だがその願いは私のものではない。そもそも私には人並みの願いなどない。
What do you mean by that?
そうだ。願いとはすなわちその人間が最も心地よいと感じるあり方だろう。エミやキリツグにとってそれが争いのない世界だっただけの話でな。私とは初めから基準が違う。簡単な話だ。人が幸福と感じる事実が私にはなかった。人を信じることも人に信じられることもどうということはない。お前たちが幸福と呼ぶものでは私に喜びを与えなかった。
He murmurs emotionlessly. The monologue seems addressed to someone who isn't there, rather than me.
さて、話はここまでだな。エミやキリツグがマスターだったかどうか、その質問には十分答えただろう。
Wait. No, wait. I didn't want to ask you about... didn't only want to ask about him. How should I think as a master? How should I fight the rest of this war? If I ask him dumb questions like that, I'm sure he'll smirk and answer me with sarcasm and mockery. I want to avoid that. Actually, I damn well better avoid it.
他に質問があるのなら手短に済まそう。今の話は思いのほか時間を取ったからな。
No, there's something else I need to be sure of. Didn't I come back to this church to clear away one of my doubts? That wasn't to ask how I could conduct myself as a master.
アインツベルンのことはいいのか。彼らにとってキリツグの息子であるお前は抹殺対象だと思うのだが。
Right, that's it. Who the hell are these Einsburn people? You mentioned that they were the ones behind the Holy Grail War.
なあ、原因だとも。聖杯戦争が魔術儀式だということは話しただろう。儀式である以上、それを仕組んだ者がいるのは道理だ。200年前、この地の霊脈に歪みがあると知った魔術師たちがいてな。彼らは互いに秘術を提供し合い、聖杯を起動させる陣をこの地の深くに作り上げた。それが聖杯戦争の発端だ。この起動式の作成に関わった3つの家系こそが聖杯の正当な所有者でもある。聖杯を作り上げた者、英霊を酷使する霊樹を考案した者、土地を提供し世界に道をうがつ秘術を提供した者。アインツベル、マキリ、トーサカ、始まりの御三家。私やお前では太刀打ちできぬ歴史と血筋を誇る者たちがそれだ。この中で土着の者はトーサカだけだが、トーサカとて大司府はかのシュバイン王具だ。もっともトーサカの大司府が伝え聞く通りの人物ならば人種分けなど滑稽だが。
So these Einsburns are the top dogs of the war.
過去ではな。だが聖杯召喚が失敗し、今のように聖杯の所有者が曖昧になってからは参加者に過ぎなくなった。今では聖杯の器を作り上げるだけの役割だ。マキリと遠坂もそれは同じだ。彼らはただマスターに選ばれやすいという権利を持つだけの家系だな。と言っても、もともとこの聖杯はアインツベルンが考案したものだ。かの一族の歴史は1000年、分家も持たず、他と交わらずに1000の年月を重ねた家系は少ない。
Uh huh.
わかるか、エミヤシロ。アインツベルンはな、1000年もの間、ただ聖杯の成就だけを追い求めてきた。1000年だぞ。聖地奪還という使命を盾に、殺して殺して殺し尽くすなどという異次元の蛮行がまかり通った昔、中世より連綿と続いた人の領域など逸脱した狂気の沙汰だ。彼らは熱狂的ではなく、演出的ではなく、狂信的でもなく、絶望的な十字架のみを胸に未到達さを貫き通してきた。故にアインツベルンの魔術師は魔の領域さえ突破している。10年単位ですら忘却され消耗する集団の意志をその何倍も繰り返した挙句、ただの一度も道を誤らなかった怪物ども。それが自分たち以外の魔術師を招き入れる屈辱と挫折など、我々に想像できるものではない。しかしそれでも彼らは聖杯の成就を優先した。過ちを繰り返し500年、自分たちだけでは手に入らぬと受け入れるのに300年、そしてやはり自分たちの力でなければ手に入らぬと改めるまでさらに200年。アインツベルンは文字通り自らを殺す気概でマキリと遠坂たちと協力した。その結果が聖杯の所有権を奪われ、一参加者として競争し合うという体たらくだ。その屈辱に耐え、守り通した血の結束を破ってまで外来の魔術師を招き入れたというのに。
He did do that.
エミヤ・キリ、それがかの一族とエミヤ・キリツグの関係だ。お前とアインツベルンはそういう因縁のもとにある。
Oh. No wonder she went straight for me. The son of the man who betrayed them as a master. They'd never let me get away with that.
理解したかな。マスターになる者は皆何らかの業を背負っているが、中でもマキリとアインツベルンの執念は言葉に表せるものではない。マキリが500年ならばアインツベルンは1000年だ。正当な権利を主張するのならば、聖杯はどちらかの手に渡らねば救われぬだろうな。
I have no words. Not just anyone can obsess over a single goal for hundreds of years.
そう落ち込むな。エミヤ・キリツグはアインツベルンを裏切ったが、それを非道となじることはない。逆に言えば、奴は1000年の怨霊を向こうに回してまで斧が願いの成就にかけたのだ。それこそ自身の内に沈むあらゆるものを捨て去ってな。それは十分に誇れることではないかね。
They welcomed him into their family, but he was so determined he made an enemy out of 1,000 years of history. I don't intend to take the priest's words at face value, but if it's true, if I call myself my father's son, then I have to walk a path I believe in, just like he did.
どうした？ 1000年と聞いて戦意がそがれたのかね、エミヤ・シロ。
Yeah, right. No matter the story behind this war, I've made up my mind. Whatever the other masters are planning, I won't let them repeat what happened 10 years ago. I look at him to drive the point home. The priest makes a dramatic, satisfied nod.
十分だ。それがお前の戦う意義ならば、死をとして戦うがいい。長引けばそれだけ犠牲者は出る。キリツグと同じよう、夜ごと斧が命を計りにかけて、標的をおびき寄せろ。
Make it sound like it isn't your problem. Like you're telling me to be bait.
他にかけるものがないのだから仕方あるまい。何？それほど絶望的な策でもないぞ。お前にはマスターを感知する能力はないが、サーバントはサーバントの気配を感じ取れる。お前のサーバントが優れているのならば、あとは座して待つのみだろう。
The priest turns his back on me. I have nothing else to ask him. Saber's been waiting a long time, so I should get back to her.
待て。一応聞いておくが、お前は宙の魔術を習得しているか？
No? So what?
いや、ならば負傷者が出たのなら連れてくるがいい。犠牲者を出すのは教会としても見過ごせないのでな。間に合うのならこちらで治療は引き受けよう。
I come to an abrupt halt on my way to the door. That's a surprise. You know healing magecraft? Isn't that against church rules?
本来は管轄外だが覚えた。昔目の前で死病つきに死なれてな。それを機に手を染めてみたのだが、思いのほか相性が良かったようだ。ああ、ただしお前本人の治療には見返りを要求するぞ。監督役として平等でなくてはならないからな。
No thanks. I wouldn't come to you for help even if my life depended on it. I turn away in a huff, and I don't stop walking until I'm outside. I leave the church. Saber appears as soon as I exit, as if she'd been waiting in the shadows.
話は済みましたか、シロ。
Yeah, I heard what kind of master my old man was and about his connection to the Ironsburns. The priest also warned me about what I should do next. He's a lot more chatty than he looks. I feel like I owe him now.
あの神父があなたに協力的だったのですか？
Saber blinks a few times in bewilderment.
シロ、どうしました？やはり何か代償を求められたのですか？どうして私を呼ばなかったのです？危険が迫った時は呼んでほしいとあれほど言ったではないですか。
I must have been making an odd expression because Saber gets in my face and starts examining me.
それで何をされたのですか、シロ。あなたの傷はまだ完治してはいない。少しの油断で昨夜の繰り返しになるのだとあなた自身も分かっているはずです。
Saber gets even closer.
傷を見せてください、シロ。昨夜の傷は私にも責任がある。その責を返さないままあなたを死なせるわけにはいかない。私はまだサーバントとして一度もあなたの助けになっていないのです。こんなことで契約を破棄することなど許容できない。
Saber reaches for my shirt as if to tear it off. But rather than coming off as frightening, she's... Oops, I couldn't hold the laughter in.
シロ。
Saber's hand stops. Her look of worry becomes a glare and she realizes what I'm thinking.
シロ、他者の動揺を楽しむのは良くない趣味だ。
Even her indignation is amusing and my cheeks start burning.
シロ。
Sorry, you look so anxious it surprised me. I'm just happy. It's just a happy accident. A dumb mistake of mine.
嬉しい誤算ですか。何か含むものを感じますが、当然納得のいく説明をしてくれるのでしょうね。
Saber looks increasingly offended. She might be right at home in the disciplinary committee at school. I know she's sincerely giving me the what for, but it was so sincere that I got a glimpse beneath her usual veneer.
何をニヤニヤと笑っているのです。私があなたの容体を見誤ったことがそんなに楽しいのですか。
Sorry, I'm happy to hear it, honest. You seem more upbeat than usual.
はい。私の体調に異常はありませんが、それが何か。
That's not what I meant. It's like I saw who you really are for the first time. I'm glad you're an actual girl. Saber flinches and takes a step back.
何を言うのです。サーバントに性別など関係ありません。私たちは敵を撃つだけの存在なのですから、そのようなことで喜ばれては困る。
I'm not sure if Saber is angry or exasperated, but she's giving me a withering look. Strangely, it doesn't bother me, and I just keep grinning. Though she's a servant, beneath it all, she's still also human. I don't know what the others are like, but she's the one I'm contracted with. She isn't just a familiar for fighting my battles. She just said that she hasn't helped me yet. I recall how she saved me from Lancer and how she tried to buy me time to get away from Berserker. She saved my life twice over, and she still thinks she hasn't helped me. I can't tell if you're a busybody or a perfectionist.
何ですかその目は。マスターといえど、どうすぎる言動は無視できません。シローがそれ以上おかしなことを言うのなら、私にも考えがありますが。
Fine, fine. Don't be mad. I'm just saying I'm glad you're the servant I've made a contract with.
何を言うのです。私はあなたに呼ばれただけだ。私の意思であなたと契約したわけではありません。私を選んだのは他ならぬあなたではないですか。
Only by coincidence. It's too bad. I wish I could have reached out to you like I meant it. I extend my right hand to her. It's something I still haven't done yet. I have to make her a promise that I should have done from the beginning.
シロー。
I know it's overdue, but this is the only way I know how to do it. Saber wordlessly walks over to me and grasps my hand without hesitation. Her fingers are thin. I feel the firm touch of someone other than myself. Will you fight with me? I need your help, Saber.
私の誓いは変わりません。あなたの剣となるためにこの身は召喚されたのです。それに助けが必要なのはお互い様です。聖杯を手に入れるために私はあなたの力を借りる。あなたが信頼してくれるのなら私はその心に見合う力を振るいましょう。
Through her handshake, I feel her warmth. Whatever unease I harbored, I has erased without a trace. It's been half a day since the night when this has all started. For the first time, I finally feel I have a true ally at my side. We wait for nightfall, then head out into town. That's what Saber and I decided after discussing it. Like Kudamine said, I can't sense the other masters. Only Saber can detect our enemies, and only when she's physically near the other servants. So the obvious course of action is to patrol the city on foot. It just happened to seem like a good idea to me, but Saber said it was a risky but certain choice. A masker shouldn't stay holed up in his hideout. The Holy Grail War is a competition between masters, so they'll all do whatever they can to come in first place. To do that, servants search for opposing masters' hideouts, while masters set magical traps for each other. And everyone exposes themselves to agree while doing it. Master or servant, they still need magical energy to operate. Even if I can't sense other mages, I can at least sniff out traces of their spent energy. If I canvass the city looking for those traces, then I might find clues leading to other masters. Of course, that requires me to offer myself up as bait. Like Father Kodamine said, it's the only thing I can do. We'll start our patrols tonight. Saber insisted that I stay home while she patrols the town, but I countered that we were supposed to be fighting side by side. After a long and fruitless argument,
わかりました。では必ず私と共に行動すると約束してください。夜中一人では決して外に出ることはしないと誓えますか？
Finally, Saber gave in. Now then, we decided on our plan of action, so there are 2 more problems left to address.
シロ、先ほども説明しましたが、私は余分な魔力は使えません。今夜出陣を控えているのならなおさらです。
Yeah, you mentioned that you'd be sleeping whenever you need to save power. You have to maintain your physical body on your own since you're not getting any energy from me. You recover 8 points of magical energy a day, and it takes 6 to maintain your body. That leaves 2 in reserve. In a regular fight, you would spend 10 points at best?
こちらが一度も傷を負わず、鎧を破損しない限りはそうです。ですが、同格な英霊相手ではそのようなことはありえません。素人風に言うのなら、ランサーとの戦いに50、バーサーカーとの戦いに至っては200ほど魔力を消費しました。
Yikes. Lancer stabbed her in the chest and Berserker tore her stomach open. Recovering from that much damage clearly took a lot of magical energy. Or so I thought, but...
肉体の治癒にはそう魔力を使いません。むしろ破壊された鎧の修復の方が大きい。私の魔力はその大半を守りに固定していますから。
Is how it is apparently. So the armor is like part of your body. It takes energy to maintain them both. And you take it off to conserve energy.
はい。ですが、他のサーバントにその必要はないでしょう。私は霊体になれないので、武装を解除するしかありませんが、ランサーやアーチャーは非戦闘時に霊体になることで、マスターへの負担を減らしているはずです。
I see, makes sense. Oh, I think that's enough ingredients.
シロ、食事を用意してもらえるのは助かりますが、少々緊張感に欠けるとは思いませんか？
Huh? I am though. Okay, not entirely, but I don't exactly feel like I'm in danger at this very moment. I was surprised to hear Saber's condition after we came home and had our strategy meeting. Without any extra magical energy from me, it takes all of Saber's power just to exist. And that doesn't sound like she's in any shape to fight at all, but when I brought it up... Hey Saber, can I ask you one more time how much magical energy you have right now?
素人風に言うのなら1000ほどですが。
Well, that's just crazy. She still has that much in the tank even after spending 200 on a Berserker. And that's Saber on a bad day. It terrifies me to imagine how much power she might have with a proper mage backing her up. Clearly it would be a number beyond imagination. It'd be stupid to even ask how many multiples of me that would be. I think I'm finally starting to understand why Tasaka calls Saber the best servant. That makes you feel a little better. There's only 6 enemies to fight, so you should have plenty of fuel for now.
それはただ戦うだけの場合です。先ほども言いましたが、宝具の使用には莫大な魔力を必要とします。今の私では宝具の使用は厳しい。そのために少しでも魔力を温存しなくてはならないのです。
Saber's upset. I'm not sure if it's because her incompetent master is a burden for her, or if it's because I'm not letting her get a good night's rest. I know you need to save energy, but meals are important too. I still have some leftovers from lunch, so let me fix you dinner. You can go to bed after that.
いいでしょう。元より私もたやすく宝具を使う気はありません。この話はあなたがもう少しサーバントというものを実感してからにします。
Looking a little displeased, Saber politely takes a seat at the dining table, her posture perfect. Good, good. I'm glad she's willing to hear me out. Anyway, that's enough about our magical energy problem for tonight. It isn't something we have a solution for, so the next step is to get a firm grasp on our situation. And...
しかしシロ、先ほど問題が2つあると言いましたが、あと1つは何なのですか？
Oh, it'll be here any second now. Make sure you use your cover story we talked about. I start chopping daikon radishes and throw them into the wok. Saber tilts her head quizzically. And then...
ただいまー。シロ晩ご飯作ってるか
お邪魔します先輩。
a pair of familiar voices ring out from the house entrance. The silence is painful. As expected, Fujine and Sakura take one look at Saber, then fix me with a laser-hot stare. This is Saber. She'll be staying over starting today. Please be nice. That's all the explanation I give. Nobody objects, which makes the silence feel that much more pointed. They don't even drink the tea to avoid making sipping sounds, leaving the hot tea to go cold. But we'll never get anywhere at this rate. I just need to screw up my courage and press on. Anyway, she came to see my old man. I can't send her home. She's just taking the time for a little tourism and won't be staying that long. And we can have her stay in one of the open rooms. The quiet stretches on. By the way, I can understand Fujine and Sakura's reaction, but why does Saber look so surprised?
まあ桐次さんの知り合いなら仕方ないか。外国に親戚がいるとか言ってたし、セーバーさんもしっかりしているようだし、私は反対できないかな。
藤村先生、それは。
ごめんね。さくらちゃんの気持ちはわかるけど、ここは桐次さんの家だから。それにさ、外国からここを頼りにしてきた子をほっぽり出したら日本の恥でしょ。そうでなくとも最近は物騒なんだから、こんな可愛い子を追い出せないわよ。
それはそうですけど、先輩はそれでいいんですか
Yeah, I do. I'm going to let Saber stay here for the time being. Do you have a problem with that, Sakura?
いえ、お知り合いの方が住むのはいいと思います。けど、そのセイバーって。
Oh yeah, her name sounds kind of strange, but I guarantee she's good people. She may act a little weird because she isn't used to Japan yet, but I'd appreciate it if you'd help her out.
はい。先輩がそう言うならいいです。
Sakura nods meekly, not meeting Saber's eyes. Does she not like Saber because she's a foreigner? Anyway, it's time for dinner. I put a lot of effort into dinner to make up for lunch, and because it's Saber's welcome meal. The meal begins with tuna tataki salad and fried chicken with a mildly spicy scallion sauce. It's followed up by a somewhat standard main course of beef and potato stew, accompanied by an assortment of deep-fried tempura featuring fluffy shrimp. It's definitely a splurge without any clear program to the menu, but it seems poorly received by both the guest of honor and my apprentice.
うわ、何この天ぷら。中がホクホクで美味しいとかいう話じゃないよ。どうしてくれるのよ、シロ。私普通のエビさん見直しちゃった。
Well, on the other hand, Fujine enjoys the meal enough for the four of us. Thanks to her good humor, dinner ends without incident. I even got to see Fujine offer Saber some of her own food, which isn't common at all. She seems to have taken to shine to our taciturn house guest, which is something I ought to have seen coming. Fujine leads Saber off to prep her bedroom in the guest house. Sakura and I stay behind to clean up after dinner. We divide up the tasks as usual. I'll do the dishes, Sakura. Would you mind cleaning up the table? Oh, and don't throw the frying oil away yet. Just cover it and put it in the back. Do you need help? It's heavy.
はい、大丈夫ですよ。私、こう見えても力持ちなんですから。
She picks up the pot with a small huff of exertion. She can pull a bowstring after all, so I shouldn't have worried. There's more to archery than pulling a bowstring. I washed the dishes to sound of splashing water. Then,
あれ先輩タオルが減ってますよ。ペーパータオルも空っぽだし、いつもと食器の置き場所も違ってます。
yeah, let's see. Oh, you're right. I wonder if a thief got in.
タオル専門の窃盗犯というのは難しいですね。
Right, what kind of thief does that? Dishes not in their proper place. An empty paper towel roll. Several missing kitchen towels. Finally, the dots connect in my head. Ah, right, Tasaka was here. I slapped my fist on my palm in realization. Tasaka took care of me after I collapsed during the berserker fight. She must have used whatever linens were on hand to treat me.
先輩遠坂って遠坂先輩のことですか？
Yep, she stopped by the other day. I was stupid and got myself hurt. Tasaka was passing by and kind enough to give me first aid. She really is a gracious star student of our school, huh? Of course, it didn't mean the last half of that at all. Whatever fancies I had of Tasaka died last night. To my deep regret, Rin Tasaka, the star student and idol of my high school life, was wiped away yesterday. Damn it.
どうして
Hmm?
どうして遠坂先輩がここに来るんですか？そんなのおかしいです。だって全然関係ない。ここにいるのは私で、先輩とあの人は全然関係ないのに、どうして？
Thank you for large soul. Sakura suddenly goes still, looking downcast. It's so sudden, I don't know what to say. She's hugging herself as if she's trying to hold in some anxiety. Okay. The lighting dims once I'm outside. It's 11 p.m. Saber and I leave just as the city starts to fall asleep.
ではシロ、とりあえずこの町の中心に向かうのですか？
Sakura's condition didn't improve after cleaning up after dinner. In fact, she looked worse. She didn't have much energy and was spacing out like she had a fever. But she didn't want me to walk her home and asked Fujine to take her back instead.
それともあちらの町に行ってみますか？他のマスターが潜んでいる可能性はあちらの方が高そうですな。
Come to think of it, Sakura has looked off for the last 2 days. She looks like she isn't feeling well. Or maybe she's scared of something.
シロ、もし聞いているのですか？シロ、シロ、今夜の方針を聞いているのです。
Huh? I look up in surprise. Saber is pouting in front of me. Sorry, I spaced out. You want to know what we'll do next?
分かっているのなら繰り返す必要はありませんね。どちらの町にも言えることですが、地脈の流れにわずかな支障が起きています。他のマスターが行動を起こしているのは間違いないでしょう。選択次第では今夜中に一人減らせる。
So we might suddenly end up fighting a master, huh? But what should we do if we run into that girl again? I thought we can't beat this berserker. Blah, blah, blah.
今の私は万全です。魔力提供がないとはいえ、5体満足ならばオイソルと破れることはありません。まあ相手がイリアスフィールの場合のみ撤退することになるでしょう。バーサーカーの宝具が何であるか、それを見極めるまでこちらも宝具は使えませんから。
Saber is only cautious of berserker. She doesn't mention any other possible encounters like Tasaka. To Saber, Tasaka is just an enemy that needs to be defeated. To me, though, the others need to be stopped, but not defeated. Just to be sure we're on the same page, Saber, if a master and their servant surrender, stop. I want to force the other masters to use up their command spells. Are you alright with that?
分かっています。 ですがシロ、敵がこちらの申し出を受け入れないのであれば、その時は
Then we'll follow the rules of war. That's what they signed up for when they became masters. You start down the nearby road. Should we patrol nearby Miyama or Shinto across the bridge? Tonight, I actually don't know. And I've used up all my slave songs. But this is a perfect point to call it a day. Because it is later than I expected. So anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying all the fun stuff. We are really just taking a toe step into Heaven's Feel. It hasn't really kicked off yet, and we did talk a lot about anime today, so that is my own fault versus anybody else. But I do appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Exclamation mark socials to join the socials if you haven't already. Hey, look at all those links. I will see everybody next time, probably earlier tomorrow if possible, depending on if there's a stream I have to moderate or not. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and continue on and hopefully get through Heaven's Feel, and then we'll see where we get from there. And again, I'm going to try not to end up in any situations that might be tricky. But this one, trying to figure out where I need to go, I think... I'm trying to remember. I don't think going into the city is going to be a good idea, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. But we'll have to make that up tomorrow. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate you. Have a good night. See you all next time. Bye-bye.